Sterling Combs.
Good morning, Judge.
How you doing?
I'm good, Judge. How are you?
Real good, thank you.
Good. I'm not sure what's going on, but I did get some notice from our prosecutor, Ms. Drain, yesterday evening.
Asking something about James.
That case is being transferred to us.
Do you have an extra copy?
We have a comment.
Thank you. Is that on one page today?
Yeah. Good. How are you? Mr. Sadler?
Good morning.
Morning, sir. What can I do for you?
I'm here on behalf of Mr. Timothy Bruce. We have
How are you?
good. How are you?
Doing good, thank you. Okay, we'll be with you in just a moment.
Sounds good.
All right, first up, we have Mr. Combs.
Good morning, Your
Morning
Honor.
again, Your Honor.
Oh, sorry, not me.
What can I do for you today, Mr. Combs?
Well, I got notice from our prosecutor, Shelley Drain, that the matter before Judge Sabri set for Monday should be on your docket.
What matter is that, sir?
James King. Let me give you a docket number.
We're ready.
Mr.
Coleman, I have it.
All right.
Yes.
Calling case number 2306-016901. Before the state of Michigan versus James W. King. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to do grave bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, assault aggravated.
Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. For the record, Sterling Coleman on behalf of James King, P43321. Judge, on this day and at this time, I'm waiving my client's appearance, if I can.
Court will waive the defendant's presence. What's your pleasure?
Ms. Ms. Drain who's going to have to indicate what's going on, because I'm responding to her request.
So, sir, my understanding is this case was erroneously placed on another judge's docket. Because of the domestic violence component of it, it's supposed to be on my docket. So here I am. Here we are.
Yeah, well, and I understand that. I don't see the mess. I understand, but he's not charged. But having said that, Judge, we're at the court's discretion at this point. We're set for a preliminary exam this Monday, 18th, at 9:30.
Ms. Drain?
Well, Your Honor, I don't think that the defendant is in custody, so I'm asking that this matter be set on January 8th or 10th.
The 10th, I have a sentencing. I know across the street for Judge Nicholas Hathaway, and that's the other court date. Madam Prosecutor, was set. You're asking for is
Well, whatever is convenient for you and the court.
no. You just indicated a couple dates, and I indicated the 10th is not necessarily a good date for me.
What about January 3rd?
January 3rd?
Yes, sir.
Get up and early. Well,
Excuse me?
I said get up and get going early. I was trying to hold off on that first week, but if the court wants, that's what we'll do. I'm available on that day.
Day 2, sir.
I guess it's Wednesday would be January the 3rd, Your Honor.
We can do January 3rd or you can do January 10th.
January 3rd.
Okay, January 3rd.
What time does the court want us there?
January 3rd at 9 o'clock.
9 a.m., Your Honor. We will be there. I do have to notify he's on house arrest through a federal supervision. But I'll notice there should not be a problem. And if there is, I'll contact the court in good time.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you, Judge. You too. Ms. Drain, Ms.
Yes.
Drain, would you send me the discovery you had indicated that you have?
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Cohen, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. I've got Kamari Burnside this morning.
Okay.
He should be in the waiting room.
There's no one in my waiting room.
Okay. He sent me a screenshot, but that was from a few minutes ago. That's all right. I've been in contact with him. I can waive his presence if that's okay with the court.
Let me call the case. Mr. Rouse, take your hat off, sir. Thank you.
Calling case number 2306-034701. People of the state of Michigan versus Kamari Burnside. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to do grave bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people. P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Jonathan Cohen, P86151, appearing by Zoom on behalf of Mr. Kamari Burnside, who I'm requesting, I guess, to waive his presence. I'm in good communication with him.
Court will waive the defendant's presence. What's your pleasure?
Just ask to set the matter for exam, Your Honor.
Court will continue the plea of not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. How is January 8th at 9:30?
The 8th is fairly backed up. If the court has something on the 10th or the 11th, that would be far preferable.
January 10th at 9:15.
January 10 at 9:15 would be amazing. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And Ms. Drain, can I ask if you have any digital discovery? Could you email that to me or the general end email, please?
I'm doing it right now. I do
Perfect.
have
Thank you
it.
so much.
Yep. Sure.
We can say thank you.
Thank you. Have a
Mr.
good day.
Saba. You too. Mr. Saba.
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you?
Good, sir. You're ready on Rouse?
Yes.
All right.
Calling case number 2306-033301. People of the state of Michigan versus Timothy Rouse. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to rape body harm less members of a strange nation. Count 2, domestic violence. Defendant has a habitual offender second offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor. Mohammed Saib on behalf of Mr. Rouse, P83365. Timothy Rouse is present via Zoom. Mr. Rouse, please present yourself to the court and unmute yourself, please.
Unmute yourself and tell us your name, sir. Mr. Rouse, unmute yourself and tell us your name.
Timothy Rouse, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. What's your pleasure, counsel?
Your Honor,
Okay.
I was assigned to represent Mr. Rouse as of yesterday, 12/14/23. At this time, I do not have discovery. I would like to receive it from Madam Prosecutor if that could be done. That way we could move forward properly and I can look over it with my client.
All right. Are you demanding an exam at this time?
If we could, if we could delay this hearing, that would be beneficial. But if not, and it doesn't work with your docket, then we can go ahead and schedule an exam.
Well, if there's a possibility this could resolve itself short of an exam, then I'll delay the probable cause conference. But if this is definitely going to go to exam, we might as well set the exam now.
Yeah, I think this is probably going to an exam then.
All right. Court will continue to plead not guilty. We'll set this matter for preliminary examination. How's January 8th at 9:30?
That should be sufficient, but just need to double check. January 8th, 9:30. That works for me.
Okay. January 8th at 9:30. Bond will be continued. Thank you.
Thank you.
What time was that, Judge?
9:30, January 8th. Mr. Kripke.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. What can I do?
I'm here on Raymond Stewart.
Okay, we're ready with Stewart.
Yes, Your Honor.
Let me call the case, sir.
Calling case number 2306-034801. People of the state of Michigan versus Raymond Stewart. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 2, domestic violence, offense notice. Defendant also has a complete offender fourth offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jabari Prempeh, P81745, on behalf of Mr. Raymond Stewart.
And what's your pleasure, counsel?
Your Honor, I'd like to schedule a second PCC on this case. I have just received discovery. I need an opportunity to assess it with my client to determine how we would like to proceed.
Is there a possibility this may resolve itself short of an exam?
Yes, Your Honor. I definitely will be reaching out to, well, actually, that would be up to the prosecutor. She might know more about the charges and say that they may have a policy which prevents them from offering a plea. I definitely would be reaching out to the prosecutor in order to work this out if possible.
not talking about a plea, I'm talking about a waiver of the exam.
Fair enough, Your Honor. I'm not in a position to state whether or not we'd be waiving the exam at this time. So, of course, if Your Honor would like to accept an examination, that's what comports with your docket, we can do so now.
All right, let's set this matter for exam then. We'll continue to plead not guilty. Set this matter for preliminary examination on January 8th at 11:15.
January 8th. Okay.
File will be continued.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Johnson.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm here on Sierra Jones.
All right. So Ms. Lynch.
Calling case number 2305-683-101, people of the state of Michigan versus Sierra Jones. Defendant is charged in count 1, homicide, murder, first degree, premeditated.
Appearances for the record, please.
Morning, Your Honor. My name is James Kehoe, and my P number is 82812 on behalf of the people.
Good morning, may it please the court. Bertram Johnson appearing on behalf of Sierra Marie Jones, P46646.
All right, so this matter was scheduled for a hearing in that we discovered there was an error when this matter was sent over to the forensic center. We got a criminal responsibility report back, but we didn't get a competency report back. So we reached out to the forensic center and they indicated that they would expedite this matter, but it needs to be re-referred to them. My apologies for any inconvenience, guys.
Yes, we understand.
That being said, I need to get us another date here. I'm thinking with the holidays and all, we're probably looking at January 18th. That's being optimistic.
January 18th works for defense.
That's a good date for me as well, Judge.
Okay, we'll say January 18th at 8:30.
Okay, Your Honor. Thank you and happy holiday to you.
Thank you, same to you.
And your
Thank you, Your
staff.
Honor.
Ms. Lynch, what can I do for you?
I'm here just to observe the strain.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
She's a good person to observe.
Yes.
Okay, we need Ms. Watts, Mr. Floyd. Officer Williams, can I see you for a second?
Yes, sir. Can you come around?
Yeah. Judge Henry. Hey, good morning, how you doing? Pretty good. Tatiana. All right. Good morning, Ms. McCoy.
Good morning, Judge. I've been in Judge Sabri's court because it says in Odyssey that this was in Sabri. I know when we were last here, they said you guys said it would go somewhere else because it's not a DV case. But Sabri said in your courtroom.
Ms. Strang, who's the?
Yes, Judge.
Were we supposed to unload this case on somebody?
Yes, because this is not a DV unit case. It's just a resisting obstructing charge. So there's no reason for it to be in this court.
Is that who we gave you to go to, Ms. McCoy? We gave you Sabri?
Well, Sabri, they told me I've been in there since 8:30, and they told me to come to you. But in Odyssey, it was showing them. They said it was transferred to you. My client is I called the Berrien County Jail. They said she's there waiting for Wayne County to pick her up. So she's not. So yeah.
Back to my original question. We told you to go to Sabri?
You did not. No,
Oh,
you
okay.
guys did. You guys, when we were in court on Monday, you said that the court said that it was going to get a new judge, but it hadn't been reassigned yet.
Okay. Okay. You're going back to Judge Sabri. Sorry about that.
Am I going today or?
Yes.
Okay. Do they know?
Yes, they know.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. This is Coral Watch. Find the spot. When did she come back on? Hey, good morning. How's it going? All right. You have anyone prepared for our 9 o'clock?
Sounds like Bellissimo walking.
Hmm.
Sounds like Bellissimo walking.
Collision.
Morning.
Morning, how you doing?
Well, how are you, sir?
Good, thank
Did you watch all your videos yesterday? Oh my goodness.
Oh, yeah. I did it right here.
So, on that, Tony Bones case, we have the attorney for the witness.
Yeah.
They have not called me. She said she'll call me, she better.
Okay.
Your Honor, we do have the 9 o'clock attorney and client here. Do you want to come in now?
Yes.
I'm great. How are you? Thank you. Are you holding it as a witness? I didn't hear you. Are you holding it as a witness? Yeah. Okay, that's what it is. Yeah, sure.
Yes.
Is Madam Prosecutor for the room?
I'm ready, Judge.
Yes.
There's no witness on the first case.
Okay. Tom Saman, calling case 2360129, people of the state of Michigan versus Tom Saman. Defendant is charged with count 1 assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2 domestic violence, second offense notice. Domestic violence and or knowingly assaulting a pregnant woman, second offense notice. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Anthony Carlosimo, P number 25352. I represent Mr. Saman. He is present to my left, sir. Tell the judge your name.
Tom Swan.
Today is the date and time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness is a Ms. Shad Kareem. She was notified of today's date and time for the exam. She was not present. I cannot proceed without her testimony today.
Your Honor, in light of that, I would ask the court to dismiss this case.
So ordered. The court will dismiss this matter without prejudice. I need a dismissal order.
I'll prepare one, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Mr. Saman, wait outside. I'll give you a copy of the order when it's signed. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, first one. All right.
You have a good holiday, Judge.
Thank you as well. Appreciate that.
Your staff too. You this year, we'll get something. We'll get a big bill. Every Christmas. That is the right number.
Your Honor, waive all instrument,
Okay.
You have a great day. Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
All right, have a great one.
Hey, good morning, Judge King. Could I make a brief inquiry?
Sure.
I believe I had a competency review for a Darnell Clark up this morning. Coral Watt is the defense attorney. It appears that we don't have a report back yet. The last correspondence I received from the Forensic Center indicated that they needed a little bit more time. I haven't seen Miss Watt today, but
I reached out to her. I haven't received a response.
okay. Do you want me to just stand by until we hear from her?
You have something else to do?
No, I can certainly make it work. I'm gonna probably just log off quickly and go back up to my desk because I'm in court right now. So I'll log back in about 5 minutes.
All right, no problem.
Okay, thanks, Judge.
Jason Lavelle Perkins, calling case 2360127, people of the state of Michigan versus Jason Lavelle Perkins. Defendant is charged in count 1 aggravated indecent exposure. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor, and your staff, Carolyn Kawari, P number 86651 for the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Stanford Shulman, P 43230, appearing on behalf of Jason Perkins. Sir, tell us your name.
Jason Lavelle Perkins.
Your Honor, takes the time of day scheduled for the in-person preliminary exam. Mr. Perkins did not appear at PCC, and I had it scheduled for an exam. I sent him a letter at his address on 3rd Street, and received it. He's here today. By the nature of the charge, I was concerned about potentially his ability to understand the nature and circumstances of the case and communicate with me. He communicates with me fine, and I believe he understands what he's charged with. He's indicated he wishes to waive his right to a preliminary exam. I may explore a competency evaluation later on, but I'm comfortable. I'm not a psychologist. I believe that he's competent to waive his exam.
Tell me your name for the record, sir.
Jason Lavelle Perkins.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You put your hand down. Sir, you understand you have the statutory right to have a preliminary examination. By waiving the same, that means you won't have one. You'll be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court as you stand charged in the complaint form. You understand that?
Yes.
You understand the nature and the purpose of a preliminary examination? You understand if you were to have one, the prosecution would have to establish that the crime you're charged with was committed in the city of Detroit, that there's probable cause to believe you committed.
Yes.
Is anyone forcing you to waive your right?
No.
Has anyone promised you anything?
No.
Are you waiving your right freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Any objection from the people?
No objection.
The court finds defendant's waiver is made knowingly and voluntarily freely given. The court will therefore bind the defendant over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for further proceedings. Is arraignment on the information date and time will be January 2nd, 2024 at 9:00 a.m. Trial will be continued.
Thank you.
I apologize, Your Honor. Would you kindly repeat the date?
January 2nd. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Anybody Christmas after?
Haven't even started.
I'm not gonna tell you.
That's why I take next week off.
Good idea.
Your Honor,
Yes,
the council on the next case, Mr. Kenneth would like to do the title.
okay,
What you call it.
all right,
Welcome back, Judge.
thank you very much. Glad to be back. I'm doing very good.
Good.
Bob Clark.
Kenneth, case is eight.
Gordon Bonaparte. Calling case 2360173, people of the state of Michigan versus Gordon Bonaparte. Defendant is charged in count 1 assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2 domestic violence. Count 3 malicious destruction of personal property less than $200. Defendant has a conditional and third offense notice. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Madison Oro on behalf of the people requesting correction under CR 234 under the supervision of the shelter.
Commission granted.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Robert Cantor, P 24993. I'm appearing today on behalf of Gordon Bonaparte. Mr. Bonaparte has not appeared. I don't know where he is. I did talk to him yesterday, Your Honor. He was aware of this, so I have no explanation of where he is.
All right, this matter was scheduled for 9:30. For preliminary examination is now 9:43. The defendant has failed to appear. The court will issue a case revoked by and set the due by $25,000 cash.
Good day, sir.
Thank you as well. Hello there, Ms. Watt. Ms. Watt? You have to unmute yourself. You're not muted. I can't hear you though. Ms. Watt must be having some technical difficulty. Ms. Watt?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay.
All right, calling case. It's calling case 2359266, people of the state of Michigan versus Darnell Deshaun Dion Clark. Defendant is charged in count 1 homicide, murder, first degree premeditated. This matter is scheduled for a competency hearing. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ryan Elsey for the people. My P number is 81329.
And good morning, Your Honor. Coral Watt appearing on behalf of Mr. Clark, P41508.
All right, so the court is in receipt of some correspondence from the forensic center indicating that their examination of the defendant is in progress, but not yet complete. They're asking for additional time. The court is going to grant them that additional time and adjourn the competency hearing to January 16th at 8:30.
That works, Your Honor.
Works for me too, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, January 16th, 2024 at 8:30, bond will be continued.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day, everyone.
Thank you.
So we're down to 11 o'clock, I see.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm gonna lock the front door.
Okay. Okay.
Every time I see someone put it right up.
I think you do. Yeah. I understand.
Thank you.
How crazy was that case the other day? The elder abuse case?
Who?
The elder abuse, the.
Oh, yeah, that was funny. He drove by. So,
Yeah.
there
When
go,
you
right
said
there.
that, I died laughing because quite literally he rode by.
Yeah, that was funny.
And I didn't, I was thinking, and, Shelley had even suggested, maybe you could look around the room. And I'm like, I just don't, it's a fine line, and so I just.
You don't want to be too, but at the same time, had a film that could see the real.
Yeah. But it was very funny.
That was one of the stories.
Shelley was like, you need to tell everybody about it.
That was it. Yes, yes, yes. Stick around, there'll be more.
Oh, I know. I was actually going to mention to you, so I won't be here for a bit. I will be studying for the bar, round 2. So Shelley will be here solo, but I told her, like if there's a crazy docket or something.
You say round 2?
Round 2.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I did a round 2 as well.
Did you?
I let it explain.
Yeah.
Just learn from what you didn't do right the first time.
Yeah.
You'll get it.
I just, I
I
love
offer a suggestion. I don't know if bar exam is still set up the same way as it was when I took it. But you have to study 6,000 questions. There's only so many ways you can ask the question.
Yes.
So 6,000, I'm testing myself today. I studied 16 hours a day for a solid 6 weeks.
Yeah, that's a lot. I mean,
So I said if I didn't pass it, then I wasn't going to take it. But I passed it. And I multi-state. Can you still multi-state?
so now, yes, because it is no longer the Michigan bar, it's the uniform bar exam. So, it is a bar exam that, about, I think, 35 states have adopted. So if you get a certain, score, and I'm not quite sure what the score is to be able to be licensed in all 35 of those states.
Oh, wow, really?
Yeah. Whatever states have decided to become a part of the UBE.
That's
So
nice.
yeah, so for instance, Michigan, so this is why there's been a lot of talks about the bar exam recently, as I'm sure there always is, but Michigan just adopted the uniform bar exam last year in February, was their first administration of it, and
So if you pass the bar exam, you're licensed in all 35 states?
if you get a certain score, and honestly, Justin, I don't know what the score is. I know in Michigan you need a 268 to pass, so I would assume that maybe it's a 275 or something. I would need to double check. But yeah, so you can go practice in any of those states. Of course, you have to get maybe take your state component portion or whatever it is. But it's very neat, especially if you went to law school out of state, or if you want to just keep your options open. But it's also become a little bit of a more difficult exam. So the February pass rate was 35%.
Whoa.
Yes. And the July pass rate, which is when I took the exam, there was about 750 papers. The pass rate was 55%. So I don't know what that meant, but I want to say almost 400 people will be retaking. Of course, if they choose to retake, right? But 400 people did pass the exam. So, yeah.
So guess what you can do?
I know I can
You're
do
going
it.
to.
I swear I did everything.
What law school did you go to?
Teacher nursing. Our school's rate was really bad though. We had a 50% pass rate. So, yeah, so 64.
What was Wayne State's?
Better. It was, I don't know, we were the second most accepted. So our school was not happy. The last time they administered the Michigan bar exam, so
little over a year ago, our school was like very high up there after like MSU, I want to say. Like we were competing with grades, like, usually like ranking wise and yeah, and even in a few other instances. But yeah, so the school was not happy about it, but I think that all law schools are like also not happy because it doesn't necessarily look that great for them when a lot of their students are not passing the exam. So
Study hard.
I
It is a
will.
commitment.
I will, because Judge King, I love this job so much, and I know that, I have to pass the exam to have this job, so.
Right. You're gonna do
Thanks.
it. Sometimes we have to have that humbling experience.
Yeah, I agree. I think there was a lot of different, like, I think I had a lot of essay anxiety, which I have never really experienced, that much, but, there's a lot of time management that I need to focus on, because, I would just read a
That's a
question.
big component.
Yeah, I would get so in my head because you know how it is. They would have like two very convincing answers, and I would just be going back and forth. And yes. But I will say that it is reassuring to talk with successful attorneys, judges, just legal professionals who let me know that they also, it wasn't an easy process. I think it's just a little bit reassuring.
Yes. You are not alone, trust me. It was embarrassing.
Yes, it is. It is.
I studied with someone. They did, I did.
Hey.
It puts your life on hold for 6 months.
That is, yeah. And I will just mention, on a side note, that I've been with my parents after 7 years of not living with them. I need to get out. Like, I need the salary and to pass the exam, so the first thing that I do is run in the other direction. And I told you that I'm the oldest, so all around, it's too much. It's like my siblings need this, or my parents need this. Yeah. It's too much. Yeah.
Well, here's the thing with me.
exam.
Hello.
Hello there, Ms. White. What can I do for you?
Yes, I was in a court hearing and I just received a email that I needed to Zoom in for Halisa for a bond hearing. She needs to attend a funeral.
I'm not doing a bond hearing. What do you mean?
Yeah, I told her we couldn't address this until your PCC, but I received an email this morning at around 9 from Arnitha advising me to Zoom in ASAP to address Halisa. I had to pull up the email.
And she said she wanted to tell her child.
Her child?
Yes, the child in question, she would like to attend the funeral, and there's a balloon release, and I just, you know, based on her profile, I understand the circumstances.
Child's death?
With manslaughter, yes. Yes. Well, the child allegedly accidentally shot themselves, and the child wasn't being supervised allegedly, so she was not directly involved.
I see. Okay. Do we know who the prosecutor is on this?
I do not.
Tiffany Woods.
Okay, Tiffany Woods. Because I was just told to Zoom in ASAP.
You let Ms. Woods know? Can you reach out to Ms. Woods and then I'll be happy to do it.
Okay, because yeah, I'm actually in a training right now. Let me see what I can do.
When is the funeral?
It's supposed to be this morning.
Oh, it's probably over with.
Let me start. One moment, let me. APA Drain, do you think you can contact Ms. Woods real quick? I'm going to contact my client.
I'm contacting her right now.
Okay, thanks.
I don't know if she was the doctor, she made any comments about, you know, it's all here, something, if she made any comments to the parent.
2301731. People of the second Michigan versus Gordon Bonaparte. Defendant is charged in count one, assault with the attempt to degrade bodily harm, less than murder by strangulation. Count two, domestic violence. Count three, malicious destruction of personal property, less than $200. Defendant has a conditional offender third offense.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Madison Oral on behalf of the people requesting permission under MCR 8520P under the supervision of the
Good morning, Your Honor. Robert Cantor, P24993, appearing on behalf of Gordon Bonaparte, who is present in the courtroom. Would you state your name, please? And Gordon Bonaparte.
So this matter was scheduled for preliminary examination at 9:30. Time is now 10:37.
I couldn't make it. I caught the bus and I kept calling him, telling him the bus was picking up a bunch of kids and making detours. I called him since 8 o'clock this morning.
You've been trying to get here since 8
o'clock this morning. I caught the bus.
What bus did you catch?
I caught from Redford, from Beast Daily. They got on Telegraph, the work crews right there. Then we got down by the casino. They went around and they picked up a bunch of kids on the way to school. I called him all day on the phone, all morning. Let them know that I was gonna be late.
And Your Honor, as I indicated, I did hear the voice messages at my office phone. I did not get the messages directly. There's nobody at the office, so I didn't hear them until after I left here.
So you've been trying to get here for 2.5 hours.
That's what I'm trying to get here. I was driving a bus.
Pretty determined.
And then I had to walk. I had to walk from the bus station.
Were the people ready to proceed?
The people were not ready to proceed in this matter. The complaining witness was notified up to the date of the preliminary examination, and they are not here, so we are unable to close the process.
Your Honor, based on that, two things. One, I would ask that the capias be set aside.
Court set aside the outstanding capias.
Thank you. And then I would also move for an order of dismissal without prejudice.
So the court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, sir. Have a good day.
Everybody else have a good day.
Should be on. Oh, yeah.
Judge, Ms. Tiffany Woods should be zooming in shortly.
Is this her on an iPhone?
It might be my client, Miss Kalisa Brown.
Oh, okay.
Just like you was one of your kids, and you want to come over.
Yes, I believe Miss Woods is here, is present.
Yes, I just zoomed in now.
Yes, and I'm in a training, so I don't have a whole lot of time.
Okay. So let's see, this is case number 23060-42202. People of the state of Michigan versus Alicia Lloydnetta Brown. Defendants charged in count 1 involuntary manslaughter, count 2 child abuse second degree, count 3 child abuse second degree, count 4 child abuse second degree, count 5, 6, and 7 felony firearm, count 8 felony firearm. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tiffany Woods, P 86189 for the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Rita White on behalf of, please state your name on the iPhone for the record, ma'am.
Halisa Brown.
And Your Honor, my P number is P63046. I'll agree to Zoom via this hearing.
Okay, so why are we here, Ms. White?
Your Honor, I did receive several messages from Ms. Brown. A funeral is scheduled for her son, and there is a balloon release, and there's other activities. This is a very, very, this is an emotional issue, and really, I don't believe, based on the fact that she has been released on a bond that she is out, there's been no violations, that she be allowed to attend the funeral for her son. That's my main request, and she could provide you the date and the potential time.
Ms. Brown, when is the funeral?
The funeral will be next Friday, December 22nd. We haven't established a time yet.
People?
And the balloon release is today at 6:30.
Ms. Woods?
Yes, Your Honor. The people would object to modifying her release conditions to allow her to attend the funeral for a couple reasons, Judge. First of all,
Hold on a second. Why would you want her to attend her child's funeral?
Here's the main reasons, Judge. Not only the fact that she's been charged with the death, but the fact that there are 4 child witnesses in this case, Judge, that we have concerns that possibly the mom could, then she has no contact with these children. We have concerns that mom would contact these children. We don't know, we don't want there to be any contacts because we do have these witnesses to this shooting, Judge, that we do have concerns that mom may try to contact these children, may possibly try to discuss the incident with them.
How old are the children?
Judge, there are 4. One is, I believe, 4, 5, and 8. And
that's not correct.
I don't have the file in front of me, but they're all under the age of 10.
That's
Your Honor, if I may.
How old are they, Ms. Brown?
I have an 8-year-old. He'll be 9 on the 28th. I have a set of twins that is 7. I have a 4-year-old and a 2-month-old.
And these are the only witnesses you have, Ms. Woods?
Yes, Judge. They were there in the room whenever this incident happened. We do also have concerns that she would have contact with these children and possibly would be talking to them about what happened that day.
Said it already.
So give me a scenario. What could she possibly say to these kids to influence them that can impact your case?
Well, Judge, I know that after this incident happened, the shooting of the boy in this case, Sterling Minion, it was a self-inflicted gunshot wound from an unsafe storage. When officers arrived, the gun was missing. The both defendants in this case claim that they don't know what happened to the gun, where it was moved, who moved it. A gun was located later that day in the toilet of the other defendant, the male defendant's apartment. We're still doing tests to see if that is the gun that was used in the shooting, but apparently there were 2 guns that they both admitted to owning, and we've only located 1 gun.
And I'm still waiting on you to answer my question. What is it that you think the defendant can say to these children to influence their testimony?
Well, Judge, One of the children during a kids talk said that he saw the father pick up the gun. We have concerns that either the mother or father may now try to influence their testimony as to who took that gun, where that gun ended up.
Okay, in the grand scheme of things, I can't lose sight that we are all human. And I don't think that the charges here indicate that what was done here was intentional by any stretch of the imagination. This is a mother who has lost her child and wants to attend her child's funeral. She probably feels, and I don't know because I don't know anything about her or this case, but she probably feels as bad as you can possibly feel anyway. But to add insult to injury by not allowing her to attend her child's funeral, I think is inhumane. I understand you have a job to do, but please don't lose your human side in that this is a woman who lost her child. This will be the last possible time that she'll get an opportunity to see that child. The court is inclined to grant the defendant's request to allow the mother to attend the funeral. Now, I'm not so sure about the balloon release, but I'm sure mom is still in mourning. In fact, she looks like it. I'm going to allow her to go to the balloon release as well. But just for those two things, the balloon release as well as the funeral. After that, all terms and conditions of the bond remain in effect. Now, let me caution you, Ms. Brown. Again, I know that these are your children and I know you love them very much, but you understand that you have a criminal case that's pending against you. We don't want you trying to influence their testimony that they may have to proffer for any reason, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Send over a proposed order to that effect, Ms. White.
Okay, I will do that. Thank you, Your Honor, very much.
Thank you, Ms. White. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, take care.
Thanks, Judge.
It's just
Yes, sorry, look, can we get Bobby Clark upstairs? Yeah. All right. All right, yeah.
Yeah. But listen.
Are we ready on our 11 o'clock? Okay.
Just have a seat right there for a moment, sir. Hey, what's going on, bro? You all right? Kenneth, Kenneth. Yeah, well, we all.
Got it.
Okay.
Morning, Ms. Clark.
What'd you say? Wave? Okay.
Is that Clark?
Yes.
You just sign the waiver form.
I'm gonna dismiss count two before she decides to put it on the record.
That's fine.
Bring them out now? Yes. Okay. So I want you to step over here next to your attorney.
Gotta wait.
All right, calling case 2360100, people of the state of Michigan versus Bobby Donnell Clark. Defendant is charged on count 1, controlled substance, delivery, manufacture, cocaine, heroin, or another narcotic less than 50 grams. Count 2, human trafficking, forced labor. Defendant has a habitual offender fourth offense notice. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kristen Cartwright on behalf of the people, P82411.
Good morning, Attorney Cindy Henderson, P84839, appearing on behalf of Mr. Clark. Mr. Clark, can you state your name for the record?
Bobby Donnell Clark. Today is the date and time set for preliminary examination. Counsel.
Judge, at this time, the people would dismiss count 2.
At this time, we are going to be waiving the right to the preliminary exam with the agreement that count 1 will be reduced to possession of controlled substance.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you, sir. You understand you have a statutory right to have a preliminary examination. By waiving the same, that means you won't have one. You'll be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court as you stand charged with complaint 1. You understand it? Yes. You understand the nature and the purpose of a preliminary examination? Yes. You understand if you were to have one, the prosecution would have to establish that the crime you're charged with was committed in the city of Detroit, that there's probable cause to believe you committed. Yes. Is anyone forcing you to waive your right? No. Does anyone promise you? No. Are you waiving your right freely and voluntarily? Yes. Any objection from the people? No. The court finds the defendant's waiver is made knowingly and voluntarily freely given. The court will therefore bind the defendant over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court for criminal provisions for further proceedings. This arraignment on the information date and time will be December 22nd, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. Bond will be continued.
Your Honor, we have an opportunity to address our.
Okay.
At this time, Mr. Clark has provided me with a phone number where he will be able to stay. He doesn't know that address, but I will have my investigator reach out to that person. If we are able to get a different address, is it possible to be GPS tethered to that location, or in the alternative, pursuant to the agreement that we have with prosecutors, Mr. Clark is going to be receiving drug treatment. If we have a social worker find an inpatient facility, we are able to provide that information to the court. Could his bond be changed to allow personal relief if GPS tethered to the treatment center?
People are fine with that. The only thing I would request, Your Honor, is that he not be allowed to return to 19345 Hartwell in the city of Detroit.
And that is understood. The address will be different location.
All right. So ordered. Let me have an order to that effect, amending the bond conditions to be tethered to a drug treatment facility. Do you have a drug treatment facility in mind?
I will get that information to the court after I have our social worker reach out to Mr. Clark.
Okay, well, I won't be able to do anything.
Understood. I'll get that to you afterwards, and so I just
So
wanted
for
to.
now, I'll continue the bond to send over
Yes, thank you.
bond modification. That'll keep his arraignment date at December 22nd, 2023.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I'm Clark right downstairs.
Oh, ma'am, can you give me a dismissal as to count 1 as well? I mean, count 2, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Or is it count one?
Count two is being dismissed, count one is being dismissed.
Count two. I need to dismiss the rest of count two. Hey, how you doing today? Good.
She's retiring the same week I am, we can talk about it.
Those about to change your minds, right?
I don't think so.
Oh, come on now.
She's my partner, not buddy. Well, 20. That's Saturday. Here for Saturday, not for Saturday. Oh.
And then just let me know if this is sufficient. Count two is dismissed, count one is gonna be reduced. Should I do that there? I don't know.
No, I think this is.
Okay.
I mean, to do count one, you that one is being reduced, I just included language for count two.
Right.
Thank you. Have a good weekend.
Yes, you would love my son. You told me that you would love my son. You can go to talk to him. You think of it. Oh, crazy. Should I? Yeah.
Go for Mr. Woodyard. How you doing today? Okay.
Sorry, I just want to get a leak in upstairs. All right.
Oh. I think it's they make something.
Oh.
I said.
Not as close. Let me check.
Check it.
Hey there, how you doing? Come on in. Come on up. I'm good. How are you? Huh? Can you see by me? I appreciate that. I'm doing fine.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
I did. She a grown up. She fast. I go by.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Long time coming.
That did something to me. I didn't like
Get to
that.
the day without crying.
No, none of you. 26 years. 26? You got another 10 left in.
No. Grandson at home. Just turned 5. Hey, it did.
You see some 59-year-olds don't look that great.
I know. TV.
Oh.
Said, boy, that's what's wrong with that.
Yes.
He didn't know. He didn't know.
Right. Maybe that'll teach her.
Yeah. Name.
Something has to be done about that song.
It is, like, you know, I couldn't tickets and I got
Great, and that's just a dangerous driving.
It is.
That is
You want
expensive.
to, at night, you take it your, mine to your own fast.
Yes, and it's 696 on the weekends.
But they have so much construction on 696, you can't do too much.
What I mean by me, like over by Roseville and all, they fly.
Oh,
They'll fly by you at 90 miles an hour.
Are you getting ready to go back over?
yes.
Okay. Maybe I'll take pictures.
I love that. Please do.
Okay. So, maybe, I got your number.
All right,
Stay safe.
you too. Take care of the 5-year-old, but I can take care of you. One or the other.
One or the other.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no.
The judge is on vacation. Oh, yeah, he'll be on vacation next week.
John, if you come back on the second or the third,
I'll be here in a second.
and I walk out next Thursday, I won't be back.
Quit saying stuff like
She
that.
wanna take a picture with you before she lays down.
Okay.
I heard, you want me to go and take a photo? Cause I didn't know. You don't mind taking a picture.
You about to take it out?
Yeah, cause when I do.
Oh, okay, I see.
21st, oh, when I walk out there, tell pictures, like, oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Yes.
I did.
All right. Yes.
You are somewhere.
Well, they working on me
And you know, you're
downstairs.
gonna be at a team, you know.
I'll offer to send our doctor's office.
Thank you.
I love doing that.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, my pleasure.
Okay.
God bless you.
Yep, you too. We'll take one of your work gloves while we're
You ain't going nowhere. Don't even try.
You have a good vacation.
Thank you, you too.
Yep.
You mind asking?
Job well done.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah. One more minute, good.
Oh, not a choice. But I don't have a second.
Yeah. All right, downstairs.
Whatever.
Right.
All right. Is it?
I should stay home.
For what?
It's bad news.
Why y'all was something? You took me out of my bag.
Yeah, they do. They really do.
I said, you took me out of my bag.
They do. They really do.
I got theirs too. So, all right, 11:30.
On that?
They trying, something about transportation.
Oh.
Oh, be 11:30.
Yeah.
Mr. Woodyard, I see you found an objection to lab reports.
I did, yeah, yes, I did.
How long did you serve that on the prosecutor?
No, she just walked up. I haven't given her a copy of it yet. They just sent me the notice yesterday.
You're supposed to give notice?
They gave me notice yesterday. So I filed it today and I haven't seen her yet. So as soon as she walks in,
Sorry.
as soon as she walks, it's a fill-in prosecutor. You know what, I'll walk out and give it to her right now. I think they may be having other issues. let me know.
Okay, are we ready?
Yes, Your Honor, before we start the exam, though, I would like to address the matters.
Okay. Let me call the case.
Okay, sir. We'll stand next to your attorney.
This is case 2360240, people of the state of Michigan versus Malik Ingram. Defendant's charged in count 1, criminal sexual conduct, 3rd degree, multiple variables. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Moore on behalf of the people, P84724, standing in for attorney of record, APA Kirsten Kelly.
Judge, good morning to you and to your staff. Good morning, Mike. My P number is 64612. I'm a staff attorney at Neighborhood Defender Service, and we represent Mr. Ingram. He's here. Would you say good morning and say your name, please? Good morning. Thank you.
All right, so today is the date time set for preliminary examination. People, you indicated you wanted to put something on the record.
Yes, Your Honor. People for preliminary examination today intend to call 2 witnesses. One is the complaining witness. Number 2 is the officer in charge, who is currently present in the courtroom, Detective Kenneth Valerie, last name spelled Valrie. Obviously, Detective Valerie is here and present today. He was supposed to be witness number 2. The complaining witness, we have had contact with her this morning. I'm not sure what exactly happened with her ride that was scheduled to pick her up. But she was not picked up on time. We just made arrangements for her to be picked up. She is coming from about 25 minutes away. So while I anticipate she will get here before Detective Valerie is called to stand, I want to make the court aware of that, and that she is on the way.
All right. Also, the court is in receipt of defendant's written objection to use the technician's report in lieu of testimony.
Yes, Your Honor, may I respond?
Yes.
So it's my understanding that the attorney of record did serve, I think, the court and defense counsel with the written intent to introduce 3 Michigan State Police lab reports for the examination today. Defense counsel has submitted an objection in writing. However, I don't think the defense counsel's objection in writing overrides the statute in this case. MCL 766.11B specifically addresses what documents can be admitted at a preliminary examination, and I think the language in that statute is critical because it says the rules of evidence apply in the preliminary examination, except that the following are not excluded by the willingness hearsay and shall be admissible in the preliminary examination to state or part without requiring the testimony of the author of the report, the keeper of the records, or any additional foundation for authentication. This statute specifically applies to preliminary examination. We are not at trial today. We're at preliminary examination today. And I do think that the statute should override any objection by defense counsel to these reports.
Mr. Woodyard?
Judge, thank you. I don't disagree that that is what the statute says. Fine. As we all know, the Michigan legislature announces through adopted statutes the policy of the state. And they have determined that the policy is that those types of reports are admissible absent sponsoring testimony. That's fine. We also know that the Michigan Supreme Court is in charge of drafting rules that we all comply with concerning the procedures by which those statutes are given life. The rule that the Michigan Supreme Court has adopted and promulgated is 6.202. And that is the rule under which the prosecutor's notice yesterday was filed. And it's the rule under which I have responded with written objections. The 6.202 subsection B, like boy, reads, and I'm quoting, upon receipt of a forensic laboratory report, the prosecutor shall serve a copy of the report on the opposing party's attorney within 14 days after receipt of the report. And then it goes on in subsection C, like Charles, the opposing party, that's me, may file a written objection to the use. The written objection shall be filed with the court in which the matter is pending within 14 days of receipt of the notice. So I believe that under statute, perhaps it's admissible, that's fine. Don't think we have to discuss that. The question is, has the prosecution complied with the court rule that allows them to take advantage of the statute? And I say, no, they haven't. Not just because I'm objecting, but also a couple of things. One is, the prosecutor must file that notice within 14 days. The reports at issue were drafted in June, July, and October of 2023. The most recent report is 2 months old. So well beyond the 14-day requirement. That's one point. The other one, Judge, is that the reports deal with what are called CODIS, C-O-D-I-S, CODIS hits. There was, without getting too into the weeds here, there was a sexual assault kit that was performed on the young lady in this case. The results of that were inputted into CODIS, and a result was generated. That report says, right on the top of it, it says this is only for investigative purposes. This must be corroborated. This must be verified. There's no corroboration. There's no verification. So that investigative only report, I think on its face, is not admissible. So there's a number of reasons why I believe these reports are not admissible in today's proceedings.
Brief response, Your Honor.
Yes.
Defense counsel raised, I believe, 2 issues, one of them being under Michigan Court Rule 6.202. If you look at Section A, the first part of Michigan Court Rule 6.202, it says this rule shall apply to criminal trials in the district and social courts. Judge, once again, you're at preliminary examination today. We are not at trial, which I think means that the rule that defense counsel is relying on in this case about the timeliness of matters being handed over, of the lab reports being handed over to defense counsel, do not override the statute that specifically applies to preliminary examination. Secondly, while defense counsel is bringing up the CODIS association, defense counsel is correct that at trial, a CODIS association is not sufficient at trial to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. That's why a confirmatory buccal swab is necessary to be taken from the defendant and sent to Michigan State Police testing. Now, as an offer of proof, that has been done and will hopefully be available by the time of trial, but we are at preliminary examination today. A CODIS association is sufficient for probable cause and has been done many times in this courtroom before.
I agree.
But if I may, Judge, just so my objection is clear, says who? The rule, the statute says, 766.11B says that a number of things might be admissible absent testimony of the sponsoring witness, including subsection D, reports of the findings of a technician. I would bet that there is no Michigan State Police biology or DNA technician who's going to get on this stand and verify the accuracy of this, quote, informational or investigative only report. It's not the type of
Perhaps
thing
at trial, Mr. Woodyard, where the standard of proof is different, where it's proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Here we're talking about probable cause, and for probable cause purposes, I think that's fine and sufficient. Okay. The objection is noted and overruled.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I further move for a mutual sequestration order and ask for an exception for my officer in charge, Detective Valerie, who will be testifying today, but he should be testifying.
No objection.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land, if you are a witness or potential witness, I'm ordering you to log off at this time. There doesn't appear to be anyone else in the courtroom other than the court staff and security. That being said, ready for your first witness?
Yes, Your Honor, I am.
I've got one thing I need to bring to your attention.
Yes, sir.
So in this case, the allegation is, I'm not spilling anything, but the allegation is that this young lady was intoxicated and so unable to consent. That's the allegation in a nutshell. When presented with a so-called six-pack, variety of photographs of persons who could have been the offender, the complaining witness did not identify him. She settled on 2 or 3 and said, I think these people look like the person I saw, but she didn't specifically identify him. I say that to say this, Judge. My sense is the young Mr. Ingram sitting here, except for the detective, I mean, Mr. Ingram is going to be the only African-American male sitting here in a green jumpsuit. I think that if the complaining witness is sitting in that witness stand and asks, do you see the person who did this? I think the chances that she will unfairly identify Mr. Ingram, simply because he's sitting here, are too serious to ignore.
I'm sure you'll have an opportunity when you cross-examine Mr. Bouvier to bring that to light, that she did or failed to identify the defendant on other occasions, and the reason you're identifying him now is because he's the only one sitting here in the green jumpsuit.
I will, but my concern is you can't unring that bell. Now the complaining witness has seen the man she says that did this now face to face.
So what do you propose I do?
I don't think she should be permitted to engage in an identification of the court.
That's not. That being said, ready to call you witness?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. At this time, people call the officer in charge, Detective Kenneth Valerie. Once again, that is Valerie.
Please raise your right hand, sir. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. Thank you, gentlemen. You're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Defense counsel just asked me for something. Give me just one moment to see if I have a copy of that.
Sure.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Sir?
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Kenneth Valerie.
Sir, are you currently employed?
Yes, ma'am.
Where are you currently employed?
Detroit Police Department.
In what capacity?
I work as a detective at the Special Victims of Sex Crime.
How long have you worked at the Detroit Police Department?
23 years.
How long have you been a detective at Detroit?
I've only been a detective for 2 years at sex crime, but I've been in investigation over 8 years.
And the last 2 years, you spent that time in sex crimes?
That's good.
What is your typical function as part of sex crimes investigation?
Well, police reports are generated of the sexual matter. Those reports are then given to detectives to start doing investigation.
Do you act as officer in charge of sexual assault investigations?
That's good.
Now, I'm going to draw your attention to on or after June 9th through 10th of 2023. Were you assigned to a particular investigation involving a complainant named Deja Lindsay? That's Daizha, last name Lindsey.
That's correct.
Do you recall approximately when you were assigned to that investigation?
I believe the incident happened somewhere around the 9th. I think I got the report on a couple of days after that.
Now, when you got the report, was there a particular suspect involved in that investigation?
No one was identified at that time.
So is that essentially known as an unknown suspect?
Correct. In fact, that's the unit of sex crimes that I work in, is the unknown people.
So I want to make sure I'm getting this correct. You specialize in unknown suspect cases.
I specialize, right, in identifying unknown suspects in cases.
So in this particular investigation, what was the first step that you took?
First step that I took was to go out and see if we had video. Well, I apologize. Let me rephrase. The first, of course, is to get in touch with the victim and take a statement.
Did you in fact get in touch with the victim and take a statement from that person?
We had trouble getting in touch with this victim. I made several attempts with the phone numbers that were given in the report with negative results. But it didn't stop me from doing the other part of the investigation, which entailed getting video or finding video from the area, things of that nature.
Other than getting in touch with the victim, looking for potential video, what else did you do as part of this investigation?
What we do is we put our report number in Talent to see if the information from the grade comes back. So every day I would come in the office, I would go through my reports, and I would take my report numbers and put them in Talent to see if I got information. In this particular case, this was sometime after the incident, a CODIS hit came back to a suspect in this case.
So Detective, I want to back you up for a second. You said something about Talent. Is that a system that you use in the course of your job?
Yes, ma'am.
And what do you use that system for?
We use that system for MSP sends all the information that is related to DNA findings or DNA testing through Talent system for us to be able to go get the information. You have to have a certain sign on and be trained in order to go inside that system.
And Detective, I'm sorry, I'm going to back you up one more time. So do you know if the victim in this case got a sexual assault examination?
She did have a sexual assault.
As a result of that examination, was a rape kit generated?
Yes, it was.
And what happened with that rape kit after that was completed?
The first thing that we get back is a notification that certain DNA has been found on the particular victim.
And I'm sorry, Detective, I'm going to stop you one more time. Does the rape kit go anywhere after it is collected from the victim?
Yes, it goes to MSP labs.
And is that the Michigan State Police?
Michigan State Police.
Is that standard for all of the cases that you have involving a rape kit?
That is it.
So after that is sent to Michigan State Police, what do you do then?
We get notifications back on the findings in the reports. They come in generated in like report numbers. Your first report would be telling you what they actually did in the rape kit. If they got specimens from body part, vagina, things of that nature. And then your second report would give you information on if enough DNA of a male or another person was found. So you go through those steps until, of course, what we spoke about earlier, CODIS hit comes back.
So in this particular case, did you receive reports back from Michigan State Police?
Yes, I did.
Without talking about the contents of those reports, do you recall approximately how many reports you received back?
3 reports.
After those 3 reports, did that report indicate a potential suspect in this case?
Yes, it did.
And do you know the name of that suspect?
Mark E.
I'm sorry?
Mark E. I'm sorry, Malik E.
Is that spelled M-A-L-I-K, last name I-N-G-R-A-M?
That's correct.
Now, after you got that suspect's name, what was the very next step of your investigation?
My next step would be, of course, to run that information to see who this individual is. And of course, run his information again in Talent, which also shows the Secretary of State information. That would show his address and his driving record and any criminal records. One of the first things I found is that the individual that came back in that report lived within yards of where my rape victim stated the incident started, which took place.
And do you recall where the sexual assault incident occurred?
The sexual assault occurred right near Cadillac and Randolph.
And that's Cadillac Square, is that the city of Detroit? Wayne County?
Wayne.
And so you indicated that this suspect's residence was in a very close proximity to where the sexual assault occurred, is that correct?
That's correct.
And who provided the location of the sexual assault to you initially?
The victim. In the police.
And just to be clear, was Mr. Ingram's name, did that ever come up before the Michigan State Police Association?
No, it did not.
So after you ran Mr. Ingram's information, what was the next step in your investigation?
The next step would be to generate a photo lineup. So we have an individual who works in the department with us, who specializes in training in MSP and putting together the photo lineups. I had that officer put together a photo lineup and then got in touch with my victim, which at this time, we finally got in touch with the victim.
So you were able to have successful contact with the victim?
Yes, ma'am.
Without saying any results of the photo lineup, did you conduct a photo lineup with the victim?
Yes, ma'am.
Was Mr. Ingram's photo present in that photo lineup?
Yes, it was.
After you conducted that photo lineup, what was the next step in your investigation?
The next step in my investigation then was to create a warrant, and an arrest warrant, and an investigation report to send to the APA office.
And after that, did you receive information back from the assistant prosecuting attorney who reviewed the warrant?
Yes, ma'am.
Were charges authorized?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your next step?
My next step was to find Mr. Ingram. Originally, we made a couple phone calls to locations with negative results. And then I actually made the address and spoke to Mr. Ingram's mother.
Do you recall what address you responded to?
Yes, it was 111 Cadillac Square, apartment 14H.
And is that the same location that the defendant's address was listed on public records?
Yes, it was.
When you arrived at that location, what happened?
The first time I went to that location, I actually spoke to the mother at the location. At the time, she was the only one there.
Just to be clear, whose mother is this?
I'm sorry, Mr. Ingram's mother.
So you spoke to that individual without saying what she said. Did you ever return back to that address?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened when you returned back to that address?
We returned back to that address, and I spoke with management and told them that I needed to go up and see the Ingrams or the people who live in that particular residence. That apartment complex has a security booth inside. There's actually 3 different levels that you have to go through to get up to the 14th floor where the apartment is.
So you were not able to just walk into that apartment?
No, you cannot.
So were you allowed access into the apartment building?
Yes, I was.
What happened after that?
I called for assistance from the neighboring precinct for a scout and a lieutenant to make my scene. Told them that there was a possibility if my individual was at the location that I could make an arrest. When we got to the location, we kept 2 officers downstairs, one at the back entrance and one at the front entrance, and myself and the lieutenant made the 14th floor to make contact with the possible suspect.
What, if anything, happened when you made the 14th floor?
When I got upstairs to the floor and spoke to the mother said that her son wasn't there. And she didn't know at the time where he was. We spoke to one of the management of the facility, and they took us to the camera room so we could watch cameras. And on the camera, we see Mr. Ingram and his mother make the apartment. Mr. Ingram walk out of the apartment and then head toward a set of stairs. At that moment, we notified the officers downstairs that we were going to try to go down the stairs, plus Mr. Ingram out. Mr. Ingram was subsequently apprehended by trying to leave out of the stairway inside of the building by the officers.
Now, a moment ago, you said we. Who was involved in that we?
I'm sorry, that was Lieutenant Wheatley and the two assisting officers who made the scene.
Can you spell Lieutenant Wheatley's last name?
I believe it's Wheatley.
Thank you. So did you actually make contact with Mr. Ingram on that day?
Yes, I did.
Did you effectuate an arrest?
Yes, we did.
Would you recognize that individual if you saw that today?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you in fact see that individual today?
Yes, I did.
Please identify where they are seated and pick out an article of clothing that they're wearing.
He's across from me to the right of me, left of you, in a green jumpsuit suit, white t-shirt, glasses.
Your Honor, let the record reflect witnesses identified the defendant.
So noted.
Detective Dowry, do you know approximately when the defendant was arrested?
I'm sorry, I didn't route regulation of the paperwork. I don't know exactly.
After the defendant was arrested, what happened next?
After the defendant was arrested, he was conveyed to the Detroit Police Department headquarters, specially for interrogation.
Do you know if the interrogation was conducted?
Yes, it was.
Do you know who ultimately interrogated the defendant?
I did.
Is there a certain protocol and procedure that you follow when interrogating the suspect?
Yes, it is.
What is that protocol or policy?
The suspect is read his constitutional rights. He's asked if he understands his constitutional rights, given an opportunity to read it, and then again advised of his constitutional rights, and informed that we can't have a conversation without him signing it.
You said that he has read his rights. Is that something that you say, or do you have a form you use?
I do have a form.
And is that a form that you use in every interrogation?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you use a form in this case with Mr. Ingram?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you recognize a copy of that filled out form if you saw it today?
Yes, ma'am.
Chairman opposing counsel, People's Proposed Exhibit 1. Commissioner Prochar?
Yes.
Detective Valerie, what have I understand you?
You handed me a signed constitutional rights form that was signed by Malik Ingram on the date of 11/29/2023 at 3:16 p.m.
Do you recognize that as the constitutional rights form that you filled out with the defendant?
Yes, I do.
Does it appear to be a fair and accurate copy of that form?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it appear to have been tampered or altered in any way?
No, ma'am.
At this time, people move to admit People's Proposed Exhibit 1 into evidence.
Judge, I don't have any questions about the form that Mr. Ingram signed on his rights. I do have questions about the statement.
Any objection to the admission of the exhibit?
Of number one, I do not.
Admitted?
Now, Detective Valerie, looking at the top of this page, is there an individual's name handwritten on that page?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that name?
Malik Ingram.
And the first third of that page, what is included in the first third?
The first third is the actual constitutional rights, 1 through 5.
How, do you, back up for a second. Did you read each one of those rights to the defendant?
Yes, I did.
How do you know that you read each one of those rights to the defendant?
I read each one of the rights. I asked the defendant if he understood that, and asked him to sign or initial his name next to each one as he understood.
Is there a line next to each one of those rights?
1 through 5, yes, ma'am.
Are there initials on each one of those lines?
Yes, ma'am.
Whose initials are those?
Malik Ingram.
Now, turning to the section right underneath those rights, what's included there?
A signature block for the date and time.
And is there a signature present on that signature block?
Yes, ma'am.
Whose signature is that?
Malik Ingram.
What do you take that signature to mean?
Signature means that he's agreed to have a conversation with you without.
And I'm sorry, can you read the date and time again, please?
That's going to be 11/29/2023 at 3:16 p.m.
Now, turning to the bottom third of that page, what's included in that?
The bottom third of the page is another date, time, and signature for the officer to advise the suspect of his rights.
Is there a signature there?
Yes, ma'am.
Whose signature is that?
My signature.
Did you sign this form?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, after going through this form, what did you do next?
After going through the form, I asked Mr. Ingram if he can recall meeting a young lady on the date and time of the proposed sexual assault.
And do you recall approximately what date and time that was?
Yes, ma'am.
What date and time?
I'm sorry, just to be sure, I think it was June 9th.
And you told Mr. Ingram that date?
Correct.
Okay. Did he provide any answers to you?
Yes, he did.
What did he say?
He stated that he did remember the incident.
And just to be clear, by the time that you were talking with him, was this about 5 months after the alleged sexual assault?
Yes, ma'am.
And he indicated to you that he essentially knew of the date that you were talking about?
Correct.
Did he give any statements about the victim in that case?
Yes, he did.
Before we get into the statements, do you have any voir dire to voluntariness, Mr. Williams?
I do, Your Honor, yes.
Thank you, Judge.
Detective, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
You said that Mr. Ingram, this gentleman here, that he actually affixed his initials next to each of those rights, those 1 through 5?
Yes, and for our purposes at the office for evidentiary security and for our sake, we actually recorded twice. The room is recorded, and I brought in a body worn camera to also record the incident. Both of those have been given to me.
Okay. Did Mr. Ingram read those out loud to you?
I can't remember at this time if he read it out loud, but he was given the opportunity to read each one and sign his name
After you interviewed him for some period of time, an hour or so, maybe longer?
Correct.
Conversation, interrogation, back and forth.
That's right.
Then you, prepared a written statement?
you try to make a written statement sometime as you go. But from my experience in my past 20-something years of doing these type of interrogations and from my training, you try not to write as much. It kind of blocks sometimes the interrogation. So I rely a lot, mostly on the recording of what Mr. Ingram says.
Okay. Judge, I don't have any other questions.
Any objection as to the voluntariness of the statement?
Not the fact that it was voluntary. I'm not sure exactly how the witness intends to present information to the court pertaining to the statement. I may.
As to the voluntariness of the statement, the court makes a finding that the statement is normally involuntary.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge. Judge, may I have just 1 moment?
Sure.
So Detective Dowry, I want to back up. A moment ago, defense counsel asked you about how these interrogations are recorded. You said something about a video recording?
Correct.
Is that a video recording of the entire interrogation?
The entire day.
Have you had an opportunity to review the video recording in this particular case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you submit that to the prosecutor's office?
Yes, ma'am.
So a moment ago, you started to say, or I began to ask you whether or not the defendant had made any statements about an alleged victim in June. Did he make any statements about someone that was involved in back on June 9th or 10th of 2023?
Yes.
What statements did he make?
Stated that he was.
I guess this is what I'm going to object. I don't know whether the witness is quoting what Mr. Ingram is supposed to have said, whether there's a recording of this document. I think my objection is probably speculation if he doesn't know exactly quote for quote, but then best evidence rule if he's attempting to characterize. That's my objection.
And I don't believe that the best evidence rule necessarily applies in this case. I think the detective is more than able to speak to his conversation with the defendant. That said, I do have the interrogation downloaded onto my computer and ready to play today. It is fairly late. I see that it is an hour and 40 minutes long in total. I would ask for the opportunity to ask the detective the contents of what the defendant told him. And if defense counsel would like to impeach the defendant's statement in the video, then he is more than able to.
If these statements were made directly to Detective Val Reed, then the best evidence rule does not apply. Best evidence rule applies when you're trying to interpret something, and the best evidence would be that something itself. But because this was a so-called admission that is made to the detective, I can take the detective calls from that conversation. Objections no.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Judge. Detective, I'm going to ask my question again. Did the defendant make any statements about the victim from June?
Yes.
What did he say?
Mr. Ingram stated to me that he observed our victim, Deja, having her vehicle impounded right across from the entrance to his apartment.
And so when he told you that he observed that vehicle being impounded, he say anything next?
He told me that he was standing out front with, at the time, he said his ex-girlfriend and a friend of hers talking to her in the car. He stated that Deja walked up to him and started asking him questions about who was that in the car, and they had some type of conversation. He also,
So according to the defendant, the victim first approached him. Is that right?
correct.
Did the defendant make any statements about the victim's appearance or demeanor?
Not until later on in the interrogation. He did mention that she was very forthcoming, like she almost was talking to him that she knew.
So after the defendant first observed the victim and had a conversation with the victim, what happened next?
He stated to me that he kept asking if she could get some help about with her car. He informed me sometime in interrogation that he told her he could help her with her car if she came up to his apartment.
Did Did he make one statement about offering to help her with her car, or more than one statement about offering to help her with her car?
That was mentioned several times in the hour or so interrogation, that she kept worrying and she was very upset about her car being towed, and that he kept telling her that he could help her out with the car.
Did he tell you why he kept telling her he would help her out with his car?
He actually stated to me that he really didn't want to help her with the car. He really just wanted to have sex.
And he said that to you with his words?
Yes.
What did the defendant say next?
He also stated that he took the victim up to his apartment. He did inform me that his mother was at the apartment at the time. That they sat on his bed. He told me that he told her that no one was allowed to sit on his bed with her. He stated that they sat on the bed and that he asked her for sex. She agreed.
Did he say anything about how the victim was acting during that time?
I kept asking questions about how her energy was or how her demeanor was. And there was a part in time in his interrogation he stated that she might have been intoxicated.
Did he give any further information about that?
At the end of the interrogation, he asked me, haven't I ever had sex with a drunk or intoxicated?
Did he elaborate at all on what he meant by having sex with a drunk or intoxicated woman?
Not in that statement, but throughout the interrogation, there was questions asked about what happened as far as this sexual intercourse. And it was stated that he did have penis to vagina intercourse with it.
Did he mention one time or more than once that she could have been drunk?
It was more than one.
One moment, Judge. Detective Valerie, you mentioned a moment ago that he said something about telling the victim that no one was allowed to sit on his bed with underwear on. Do you recall telling me that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall the defendant telling you that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did the defendant elaborate on what he meant by that?
He did tell me that that was when he told her, and he mentioned that he helped her take her panties off.
Did he tell you what he meant by helping her take her panties off?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Yeah, did he give further information about how he did that?
Oh, yeah, he actually showed me and said that he had one hand on her panties and she had the other hand, and they pulled her panties off.
Did he tell you what happened after he helped her take her underwear off?
That they engaged in sexual intercourse.
Did he tell you how this interaction ended?
No, he didn't.
Come on, Judge. No further questions, Judge.
Cross-examine.
Yes, Judge, please. Can I grab my computer real quick?
Mr. Wallace. Ted Wallace. Okay, back on the record. On People versus Ingram.
Thank you. Detective, as the officer in charge of this case, is it true that you obtained a copy of Mr. Ingram's criminal history?
That's correct.
In examining that criminal history, is it true that you observed that he has no prior convictions whatsoever?
Correct.
Is it your understanding that Mr. Ingram's CODIS, you mentioned something about CODIS. Remember earlier testimony about CODIS? CODIS is a database of DNA profiles.
Correct.
And that database is populated by law enforcement actions, true?
in some form of practice. Sometimes it's also by different entities. You can go in to get your passport, go in and try to get a sealed license. Even some banks or other companies actually do DNA and fingerprinting when people come in to apply for jobs.
So your testimony, that your understanding of the CODIS system is that a bank may input a DNA profile into CODIS?
No, I didn't say a bank may. I'm just saying that DNA can be obtained from several entities.
Is law enforcement the only entity allowed to put data into CODIS?
Correct.
You may get the data from a variety of sources, but law enforcement is the only entity that can input data into CODIS.
Correct.
Do you know why Mr. Ingers, if he has no convictions, why his DNA was in CODIS?
No, sir.
You know that if somebody is simply arrested, that their DNA does not remain in CODIS, true?
Repeat that.
You know that if somebody is merely arrested, they may get their DNA swapped, but that is not a profile that remains in CODIS.
That's
correct?
That's correct.
CODIS is if you're arrested on a felony and are convicted. True?
Correct.
You said that when you went to Cadillac Square Apartments, that there were 3 different levels of security that you had to go through to get up to the 14th floor.
I didn't say security. There's 3 different levels of how you have to enter to get to the floor.
Can you flesh that out for me?
Yeah, so there's a first set of doors. You get buzzed in the second set of doors. And then you can talk to security and they buzz you on the second door to get you to the elevator to get to the doors.
So you enter the exterior doorways.
Correct.
You're able to just open those doors.
Correct.
Then you're in like an ante room or a vestibule or a foyer or something, and there's a camera supposedly.
Correct.
And that buzzes you into the security doors.
Correct.
And then you're in the lobby.
Correct.
And then you're buzzed into the door to go to the elevators.
That's correct.
And you think there's a camera there too. And in fact, you went to what you call a camera room.
Correct.
On the day that you arrested Mr. Irwin in November of 2022.
That's correct.
The day after you got this assignment, Detective Valerie, you testified that you went looking for cameras.
Correct.
Did you go in the Cadillac Square apartment?
No, I didn't.
Did you look on the exterior of that building?
We did look on the exterior of that building.
Cameras?
Yes.
Did you see cameras?
Yes, sir, I can.
Did you get recordings from those cameras?
No.
Did you ask the personnel inside Cadillac Square apartment for copies of recordings from that relevant date?
At that time, we didn't have any information that particular building had anything to do with the sexual assault.
When you went down to the scene, when you went down to that area, that vicinity, after you received the police reports, you with me?
Correct.
Did you find any cameras that you requested video from?
At that time, no.
You did not. You saw cameras though.
Correct.
But you didn't request video from anyone.
We didn't have a scene. So the thing is, of course, when you're doing an investigation, you want to be as efficient as you can. This particular situation, the only thing that I knew at that time is her vehicle was impounded from that location. At that time, we didn't realize or know that the actual sexual assault happened at that location. Again, I hadn't talked to my victim. The only thing I had was a police report.
So the fact that Ms. Lindsay's vehicle had been impounded from that area, that is what drew you to that.
Correct.
Got it. How long between that day and your conversation with Ms. Lindsay? Was it the next day, a week later, a month later?
Months.
Months, multiple months. Got it. When she told you specifically where the incident is alleged to have occurred, did you go there and look for video that was preserved?
Yes, we did.
And
the video did not, there was no video that would be still there at this date. That's the information I got from Alex Ward.
Got it. Thank you. During your interview with Mr. Ingram, your interrogation, and on November 29th, you testified that Mr. Ingram told you that he had met this young lady, right?
Yes, sir.
And he had met her outside of his apartment?
Yes, sir.
And that he had told her something about helping her with her car, which had been impounded?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Ingram told you that the young lady was conversing with him during that interaction?
Yes, sir.
True? And that Mr. Ingram then walked with her into the building at Cadillac Square?
Yes, sir.
And that they walked into the elevator in Cadillac Square?
Okay, so are you saying that he said those exact words?
Well, no, I'm saying did he talk about this?
Correct, he did.
And thank you for clarifying. You were not presuming to quote Mr. Ingram when you were testifying, were you? Correct. You were just kind of saying what your impressions were of the conversation, the things you remember.
My impressions, I would say more remembering the certain things that he did say.
Got it. So Mr. Ingram told you that he had gone into the building with Ms. Lindsay.
Yes, he did.
And Mr. Ingram told you that he had gone up to his apartment with Ms. Lindsay.
Yes, he did.
And Mr. Ingram told you that his mother was in the apartment.
Correct.
And that when they walked in, he and Ms. Lindsay, they walked past his mother in the apartment.
Correct.
It's a small apartment, correct?
Very small.
Very small.
It's actually a studio.
A studio apartment, 1 bedroom, correct?
1 bed.
And then essentially one room.
Correct.
Tiny.
Yes.
Mr. Ingram testified that he and Miss Lindsay went into the bedroom.
Correct.
Correct. Mr. Ingram you testified that Mr. Ingram had mentioned a few times that about the apparent state of the complaining witness, her state of intoxication. You remember testifying about that? Yes. It's fair that you asked him several times about the complainant's apparent state of intoxication. True?
Right. Yes, sir.
That was your focus in this interrogation.
Part of it, yes.
And throughout the course of your interrogation of Mr. Ingram, is it fair to say, Detective Valerie, that Mr. Ingram never said anything like she was too drunk to consent? Never said anything like that.
No, he didn't say.
True?
Correct.
In fact, Mr. Ingram said on a variety of occasions and in a variety of different ways that Miss Lindsay was into it. Correct?
You could probably get some of that information from what he was saying that she was into it.
Yeah, and I'm not quoting. I'm kind of saying my impressions of the asking the same. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Did you personally administer what's called a photo lineup for Miss Lindsay?
No, sir. Actually, the way we do that is we get a member in our unit who has nothing or knows no information about the photo lineup to do the photo lineup, to administer the photo lineup.
Let me ask you this, Detective Valerie. Did you take part in producing the lineup before it was administered? Like, did you select the photos?
I didn't select the photos. I agreed that what happens is Corporal Brian Herman is the individual who put together the lineup.
Okay.
We have a app that's only accessible through law enforcement, through the Michigan State Police Department. He goes through, he brings a bunch of the photos together, and then he asks me if I think these photos are okay. I agreed upon those photos, and then I got another officer to administer the actual photos.
And it's your testimony that this other officer had no understanding of the facts or allegations in the case?
None whatsoever.
Okay. Thank you, Judge. No other questions.
Can you redirect?
300.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you, sir.
Governor, before calling my next witness, I do need to admit the 3 Michigan State Police Lab reports that we addressed earlier.
They are admitted over Mr. Woodyard's objection.
Thank you, Judge.
Your Honor, there are 3, so these are people's exhibits 2, 3, and 4. I did provide a copy to the court reporter, but I would like to read certain sections from them to the record.
Yes.
So this is people's exhibit number 2. which is a Michigan State Police Laboratory report. The laboratory number is M as in Mary, D as in dog, 23-1826. The investigating officer is Ken Valerie. The agency is Detroit Police Department, agency number 2306-120254. This is record number 1. The date received was June 28th of 2023. The date completed was July 7th of 2023. The victim is last name Lindsay, Lindsey, Deja, Daizha. The evidence received was container 1, sealed evidence collection kit from Deja Lindsay. Agency item 1, M as in Mary, I as in Indigo, 22-3365, containing a number of items. The male DNA screening interpretation states DNA recovered from the following, indicating the possible presence of male DNA was processed further. That is M is in Mary, D is in dog, 23-1826-1, B is in boy, which is identified as a tampon. And M is in Mary, D is in dog, 23-1826-1, D is in dog, which is the labia minora swabs. The disposition of evidence on that report is a portion of the following items retained for DNA analysis. Item MD 23-1826-1A, which is identified as Deja Lindsay Buckle. Item MD 23-1826-1B, which is identified as tampon. And item MD 23/1826/1D as a dog, which is the labia minora swabs. Turning to People's Exhibit number 3. Sorry about that. This is laboratory number MD 23-1826, agency number 2306-120254. Record number 2. The date received was June 28th, 2023. The date completed was September 15th, 2023. The victim is last name first, Lindsay, Deja. The evidence that is important to note is MD 23-1826-1, uppercase B is in boy, lowercase d is in dog, .2, which is identified as swab from tampon -fraction 2. Turning to page 2 of that record, the remarks state a DNA profile that genetically types as male from item MD 23-1826-1, uppercase B, lowercase d, period 2, which is once again swab from tampon, fraction 2, was entered into the combined DNA index system, otherwise known as CODIS. This profile will be searched indefinitely and at regular intervals at the local, state, and national levels as defined by eligibility requirements and profile suitability. And finally, turning to People's Exhibit 4, this is laboratory number MD 23-1826, agency number 2306-120254, record number 3. The date received was October 17th, 2023. The date completed was October 19th of 2023. The victim's name is last name first, Lindsay, Deja. The results of the search show a DNA database specimen to case association. A search of the state level of the combined DNA index system, otherwise known as CODIS, database resulted in a high stringency association between item MD 23-1826-1, uppercase B, uppercase D, period 2, swab from tampon, fraction 2, and DNA database specimen number M as in Mary, I as in Indigo, 14-012953. And the DNA database specimen information is number MI 14-012953. DNA database specimen name, Malik Mayan, that's spelled M-Y-O-U-N, last name Ingram. DNA database specimen SID is 4910293W. And the date of birth is 11/26/1995.
Okay,
I had reports review, if I may.
yes, please.
Commissioner Borchett.
Yes.
Well, the court is reviewing those, may I step outside? So we're correct.
Yes. 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 Only 25 cents. Holiday, discount. A lot of tab. Yes.
Katie is here with Mr. Graziani from last week, he brought him here. Mr. Woodruff. Officer Willis, can I get, Woodruff's first name? Yes, it's, Cornet, C-O-R. You know, with that.
Okay, we're back on the record.
Your Honor, I appreciate the court's patience. I recognize it's probably wearing thin and it's not existent at this point in time. I'm not sure what happened with my victim. We have now had 2 rides for some reason fall through. We have had contact with the complainant, and she's the only other witness we get to testify today. I'm asking the court for either held in court so we can come back on another date, or an hour so that my officer in charge can go out and figure out himself. I recognize this is unorthodox. I never do this.
So let me make sure I understand. You arranged for 2 different rides, and both of those rides fell apart, not having anything to do with the complaining witness herself. She's waiting, willing, and able to be here. Is that right?
Your Honor, that is my understanding. I'm not sure what happened with the first ride. I do know that she overslept today, but I think the issue is that the Detective Valerie just said to me that he thinks there was a change of address issue, and that seems to be the issue that I'm thinking on my end, because Detective Valerie, I just want to be clear, you spoke to the victim this morning, is that correct? And she was indicating she was going to be coming down for today. Okay, and that was mere minutes before the 11:30 exam start time, is that right? Okay. So my understanding is that she's going to be here. I know I'm standing in for another prosecutor who's in trial today. She spoke with the victim yesterday. Yesterday, the victim was going to be here. This morning, she was going to be here. I'm not sure what is happening with this ride issue, but if the detective is willing to go out and pick her up and be back here within the hour, I would ask the court for that grace period.
Just imagine what you're going to say, Mr. Woodard.
I can't do it later today. I have an obligation on the other side of town that I cannot miss. So no matter what you're thinking, I can't do it later today. The other thing, judges, I mean, I'd ask you to, I don't know. I trust the prosecutor is making her argument in good faith. I have no reason to doubt that. You know, today's the day. If they can't bind the case over right now, if you're not prepared to find probable cause, I think perhaps you should dismiss it and they can reissue it if it becomes an issue. But no matter what
My only
happens.
concern is I just want to make sure that the complaining witnesses are playing games with us, stringing us along.
Your Honor, that's incredibly fair. This would not be the first time, nor would it be the last, that would be the case. However, if I was aware of anything like that, I would let Your Honor know. The conversation that I had with the other APA was that she was absolutely going to be here today. That was why we arranged for me to be here for coverage, rather than ask someone to stand in. We thought she was going to be here, and the fact that she was on the phone with Detective Valerie this morning, right before the exam, still indicating that she was going to come and being willing to take a ride, to me suggests that she's willing to come down. Not to mention that.
So you yourself have not talked to her?
No, I myself have not spoken with her. I did call her at, I think, a few minutes before when we were wondering where she was. Detective Valerie was able to get a hold of her. So instead of continuing to try and reach her, I was calling my office to figure out what happened with Brian.
Okay, so if we don't complete this today, it's not likely that we'll be able to do so because Mr. Woodyard is not available. This court was so inclined to hold this matter in part, continue it to another day. We wouldn't be able to do it until at its very earliest, January 3rd.
Judge, I'm available that day.
I'm also available that day.
All right. Let's say January 3rd at 11 o'clock sharp.
11 a.m.
No ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Thank you, Judge.
Judge, would you consider letting Mr. Ingram have a bond? He's currently at $75,000 cash or 10%. It's out of Mr. Ingram's reach entirely. You've already heard testimony that there's no prior criminal history whatsoever for Mr. Ingram. He lives in the city. He lives with his mother. I'll tell you that he's lived there for 10 years. He cares for her. She suffered a series of strokes over the course of the past year. He has a son who's, depends upon him. They have a written custody arrangement with his child's mother. All of those things, Judge, suggest that Mr. Ingram will present himself here.
Do you know if it is a 10% division?
It is. It might as well be, it might as well not be, Judge. It's not me. I would ask for maybe, I would even ask for a personal bond with a tether.
What could you post? What could you post to get out?
Have my family scrape something up.
What's something?
$500.
How much?
$500.
500.
Grand at the most.
Because of this, and this court could have very well dismissed this matter. I will reduce the bond. I'll reduce it to 10,000, 10%. PPS tether house arrest. Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And we'll adjourn the matter to January 3rd, 2024 at 11 o'clock a.m.
Your Honor, may I retrieve these minutes?
Yes.
What time was that,
Mr.
sir?
Gilliard, I need a bond reduction.
Okay.
It's gonna be at 11 o'clock. The 3rd.
Yeah, I got it.
I'll meet you next time.
Oh, thank you.
So much.
Behind this first door.
You did a lot.
I cleaned up. That was about it. I already finished, yeah.
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 Yes.
You get a try.
Come on in, Gilliard.
There's only one other person that calls me that, Judge.
Really good.
It's a family friend, but all right, you can.
It's either Pilkey or Jacko.
I'll respond to either, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
DeAndre Thomas, where's Mr. Thomas?
He's in the back.
Okay.
Thomas?
Calling case 2360247 for the state of Michigan versus DeAndre Markel Thomas. Defendant is charged in count 1 assault and resisting obstructing police officer. Count 2 domestic violence. Defendant has a habitual for the court offense notice. Appearances for the record, please.
I got it. Here, fine.
I think Miss Grant's outside, Judge.
I'll take your appearance in the meantime.
Neighborhood Defender Service by Jackie Pilkowitz, PA 1653 on behalf of DeAndre Thomas.
We're just practicing. I don't have a report.
Oh, okay, great. I could use the practice.
All right.
Nice.
All right, calling case 2360247, people of the state of Michigan versus DeAndre Markel Thomas. Defendant is charged in count 1, assaulting, resisting, obstructing police officer. Count 2, domestic violence. Defendant has an additional 24 defense notice. Appearances for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Neighborhood Defender Service by Jackie Filkowitz, PA 1653 on behalf of DeAndre Thomas, who stands to my left. Mr. Thomas, state your name to the judge.
DeAndre Markel Thomas. Today is the date and time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. I did subpoena 2 police officers to come to court to testify for the felony count in this case. They are not present and I cannot proceed without their testimony today.
Your Honor, I move for dismissal without prejudice.
Court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Judge. Thanks for your time and thank you for accommodating us.
Right over there.
Yes, sir.
Ready to go.
Calling case number 230597231. State of Michigan versus Renee Woodruff. Defendant is charged in count 1, electronic communications, count 2, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good afternoon, Judge. And again, thank you for accommodating us. Us here. Carney Woodruff, P number 43387.
What's your name, sir? So this matter was scheduled for preliminary examination, I believe, last week. And I couldn't get kind of doing month. That's because you're supposed to be here in person. I can't hear you.
Speak up.
No, sir.
What happened?
For preliminary examination?
I believe so.
Judge, obviously there's a misunderstanding. Let me go back to it if I may. Mr. Woodruff was living with his girlfriend, they have a child together. This incident took place. Mr. Woodruff thought you indicated it was okay for him to go back to Alabama. I spoke to him on the phone. It didn't make much sense, but this gentleman has acted in
I remember that.
He's acted in good faith.
Who said he could go to Alabama?
I was on TV court. I can't move up to go because that's the person I come up with. And the judge told me that next court that I'm gonna have will be a Zoom court date. He said, you can go back to Alabama and appear in that court on that Zoom.
But you didn't even do that.
I tried, it wouldn't connect or nothing. Judge told me I can't do it on my phone. He said I have to have a laptop.
Judge, he's been having issues, and I would, ask for your mercy in allowing the cases to be set aside. And if possible, to have the PCC, and we'd be waiving the preliminary exams next week if it's possible. Am I correct?
That's correct.
You want to waive it now?
Judge, if you'd allow it, that would be super. I really appreciate it.
All right, the court will set aside the outstanding papers to reinstate the original bond as it relates to the waiver of the preliminary examination. Please raise your right hand, sir. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. You understand you have a statutory right to have a preliminary examination. By waiving the same, that means you won't have one and you'll be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court as you stand charged in the thing. You understand that? You understand the nature and the purpose of the preliminary examination? Okay, so if you were to have one, the prosecution would have to establish that the crime you're charged is committed in the city of Detroit. They would do so by calling witnesses to come forth and testify as to what allegedly took place. At the end of the day, if I'm satisfied that people have met their burden, then I will bind it over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court, where you will be arraigned on the information, which means you're told that you're formally being charged with. At that point, you'll either schedule for trial or entertain plea negotiations that may be available to you at that time. Waiving your preliminary examination here today, we skipped that part about witnesses coming forth to testify. And you're acknowledging that there's at least probable cause for you to be charged. So from here, you would go to Wayne County Third Circuit Court in about 2 or 3 weeks, where you'll be arraigned on the information, which means you're told that you're formally being charged with, and then you and your attorney will be scheduled for trial or entertain plea negotiations that may be available to you. You understand that? You still wish to waive your preliminary examination?
Judge, I explained to Mr. Woodruff that as a result of waiving the preliminary examination, it's not a trial, but it's essentially a probable cause hearing to determine whether or not there's a preponderance of evidence to have the matter bound over, and if there's any connection between Mr. Woodruff and the allegations that were made. Is that correct, Mr. Woodruff?
So I'll ask again, you still want to waive your preliminary examination? Yes, sir. Is anyone forcing you to do so? No, sir. Has anyone promised you? No, sir. Are you waiving the right freely and voluntarily? Yes, sir. Any objection from the people?
No objection, Your Honor.
The court finds the defendant's waiver is made knowingly, voluntarily, freely given. The court will therefore bind the defendant over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for further proceedings. His arraignment on information date and time will be January 2nd, 2024 at 9:00 a.m. We continue.
Judge, thank you so much for your understanding.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Everyone,
Can
have
they
a
wait
good
in the hall
Christmas.
while I call for the file so that they can sign the waiver?
Yes. Can you wait around for us?
Absolutely, Judge. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
We can have Ms. Pilkowitz step back in.
Shall I have next Christmas?
So, Your Honor, she has 2 more cases. One, there is no witness on, she wants to do this first.
Sorry. Let's get rid of what we can get rid of.
Okay.
Come up here.
Which case is this?
This is Cordero Sherman. It's also with Ms. Drain.
Calling case 2360136 before the state of Michigan versus Cordero Jerome Sherman. Defendant is charged in count 1 assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2 domestic violence aggravated, second offense notice. Defendant has a which defendant's second offense notice. Appearances for the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, key number 60249.
And good afternoon, Judge. Neighborhood Defender Service by Jackie Pilkowitz, 81653 on behalf of Mr. Cordero Sherman. Mr. Sherman, state your name for the judge, please.
Cordero Sherman. The day is the day and time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Oh, Sherman. I'm sorry. No, Your Honor, I'm not able to proceed at this time.
Okay. Ms. Pilkowitz?
Your Honor, the complaining witnesses failed to appear. I would move for dismissal without prejudice.
So, or court will dismiss this matter without prejudice. Okay, next up is Ivy, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Ivy.
Calling case 2360157, people of the state of Michigan versus Reginald Ivy. Defendant is charged in count 1 assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2 domestic violence. Appearances for the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Shelley Drake for the people, P number 60249.
Good afternoon, Neighborhood Defender Service by Jackie Polkowitz, PA 1653, on behalf of Reginald Ivy, who stands to my left. Mr. Ivy, state your name to the judge, please.
Reginald Ivy.
There's a date and time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge, I am prepared to proceed on this one.
How many witnesses for people?
I have one witness, Your Honor, that witness being a Ms. Montifa Ivy.
Okay, call your witness.
At this time, the people call Monica Ivy.
Please come forward, give your name and the spelling of your name to the young lady seated there. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness box right next to me, up here. Just pull that door open, have a seat. Speak nice and loud into that microphone that is to your left, okay? You may have to pull it down. You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Please state your name once again for the record. Montifa Ivy. All right, Ms. Ivy, I'm going to be asking you some questions today. If you don't understand something, if you want me to repeat it, please let me know, all right? Yes. Thank you. I'm going to bring your attention back to the date of November 25th of this year, 2023. Do you remember that date?
Yes.
Okay. And where were you on that date?
I started off at home, but then I was running errands for the rest of the day.
Okay. And at some point, did you arrive back home?
Yes.
Okay. And where is that home located?
19640 Riverview in Detroit.
Okay, that's the city of Detroit, the county of Wayne?
Yes.
Okay. Do you live in this home by yourself?
No, I do not.
Who do you live there with?
My husband, Reginald.
All right. And how long have you lived there?
Since August, I don't know the date, but 2023.
Okay. And we're, you said your husband?
Yes.
Reginald, okay. And do you see Reginald Ivy in the courtroom here today?
I do.
Could you indicate where he is and what he's wearing today?
He's wearing a white, cream, brown shirt with glasses hanging on the shirt.
Okay, and did you just point in his direction?
I did.
Your Honor, please, at this record reflect that this witness has identified the defendant, Reginald Ivy.
So noted.
Thank you. All right, and you indicated that you left to do a few things and then you came back home, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and when you came back home that day, were you alone there or was Mr. Ivy there?
Reginald was there.
Okay, and what happened when the both of you were at that meeting?
Well, when I returned home, he was drunk. I unloaded the car, went into the house. I had bought food, so I went into the house, undressed, and put his food at the end of the bed. He stayed outside. When I came in, he went outside. He stayed outside for probably about an hour, and then came in the house and came into the bedroom where I was at. He just started to talk, which is what he does when he drinks. I have learned to.
Objection to the narrative answer.
Let me just ask you some questions. So you indicated that Mr. Ivy came into the bedroom and that's where you were?
Yes.
Okay, and when he did that, did he say anything to you?
Yes.
What was he saying to you?
I don't really recall what he was saying because he rambles. He rants, he rambles, and he did this for the rest of the evening.
Okay. And you indicated that that you thought he was intoxicated.
I know he is.
Okay, can you tell us how you know he was intoxicated?
I witnessed him drinking. There were, he was taking bottles out of the beer container drinking. There were 2 6-packs of beer, 4 cans of those tall ones. He had drunk 2 bottles of wine. And at the point where he pulled out the liquor, is when I got concerned.
And why did you get concerned?
Because the last time that I witnessed him drinking liquor after that much, he was violent.
Okay. And when was that?
That was, in December of 20.
Objection, relevance. I don't see how what happened in December of 2020, whatever, is relevant to this proceeding.
I don't know what year she was about to say. She said December, this is December.
Your Honor, I would also move for prior acts or to the extent that she's about to testify to some other allegations.
Well, Your Honor, I think this will go to her state of mind. If this was very recently, like last week, last month, and she said she was worried or scared because of that, that would make a difference into how she felt, as opposed to if this was 10 years ago.
Judge, it couldn't have been last week or last month. This happened in November, and if she's talking about December, it would have been at least a year ago.
When did it happen?
It was in December of 2020.
I'll sustain the judgment.
Thank you. All right. So as you're both in the bedroom and you stated that he was kind of rambling, what happened after that?
That went on for hours. I didn't speak to him. I've learned not to speak to him. And he just got increasingly agitated, just real aggressive. And I didn't think anything of it because normally he just falls asleep.
Okay. And other than rambling and kind of agitated, is there anything else that you can say to describe his demeanor at that time?
He was just really just mad. I could tell. I was wondering what triggered it because I wasn't home. So, and I know that I didn't do anything. But like I said, I didn't really pay that much attention because he does that all the time. And so I just continued to eat and continue to watch TV.
Okay.
But as the night went on, he got madder and madder. And then he finally approached me. He picked up a beer bottle. He was sitting on the side of the bed. I was on the right side of the bed. He was sitting on the left side of the bed with his back towards me. He picked up a beer bottle. And then he came from the side of the bed to where I was at. And he hovered over me with the beer bottle in his hand. And he started coming at me.
And he started what?
He came at me with the beer bottle.
Okay.
So I flipped over and I got it back up a little bit.
Okay.
Because when I saw him with the liquor bottle, when I became concerned, I started moving to put stuff in the bag so that I could leave. He came out and met me in the living room and prevented me from leaving and kind of grabbed me and pushed me back into the room. So I called my daughter and told her to come and get me.
Okay. Now, when you said you were trying to leave, were you trying to leave the bedroom or
The house.
Okay, and you said he prevented you from leaving?
Yes.
How did he prevent you from leaving?
He came behind me into the living room, grabbed my arm, was like, where are you going? And turned me around. And I was like, I'm not doing anything, I'm not going anywhere. And I had my purse in my hand and he just grabbed me and turned me back around and kind of like pushed me back towards the back. So I went back into the bedroom, sat on my side of the bed. I called my daughter on FaceTime. I said, I'm now to her, come and get me. And I turned the phone around so she could see what was going on.
And why did you do that?
I was scared.
Okay, what were you scared of?
Because the last time he drank with liquor that I witnessed, he was violent.
Objection, Your Honor, the court already sustained the objection as to the relevance of that testimony.
Your Honor, I'm just asking her why she was scared at that time.
I'll take it for that limited purpose. I'll do it.
Thank you. All right. So now you just explained you are back in the bedroom. You called your daughter. What happened after that?
After that, he sat down beside the bed, still doing what he was doing. And he picked up the beer bottle and came around the side of the bed. When he hovered over me, he leaned over me like this, he grabbed me by the throat. I started kicking at him and I flipped over to the side of the bed and I ran out the room. I had my phone still in my hand and I called 911 and I ran into the kitchen and I grabbed the knife. I never made contact with 911 because he came in behind me with the beer bottle still in his hand. He said, "Oh, you gonna grab a knife?" I said, "Well, you got a beer bottle." And I was trying to go, our kitchen has a walkway that leads me to another bedroom. I was trying to go that way, but because we had been moving furniture earlier that morning, it was kind of blocked up and I couldn't get over there. I have limited mobility and I was like, I can't jump over that. So I tried to get past him.
Okay, all right, let me ask you a couple questions about that. So the beer bottle, when he came over to your side of the bed, what did he specifically do with the beer bottle?
He held it up over his head like he was about to hit me.
Okay.
And with his left hand, he grabbed me around my throat. And that's when I kicked at him and hit him and flipped off the side of the bed to the other side.
Okay. When he put his other hand on your throat, that was just the one hand, right? Because his other hand was in the beer bottle? Okay. And what did he do with his hand?
Which one?
The hand that he put on your throat, what did he do with it?
He put it around my neck.
Okay, and did he just like lay it on there, or did he do anything with his hand?
It was so fast, in my head, he had intentions on doing something with it. I had scratches around my neck. I had scratches on my face. So I didn't sit there long enough to let him do anything further than that. I just got up from under him and flipped on it and went out the room.
Okay. When he had his hand on your neck, was your breathing restricted at any time?
No,
Okay.
not at that time, no.
Okay, and you said you had scratches?
Yes, ma'am.
On your neck?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and what were those scratches from?
From him handling me around my neck.
Okay, was it from that incident?
Yes.
Okay, so that time that he had his beer bottle in one hand and his hand around your neck, you had scratches from that, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so now you were trying to flip over to get to the other side?
Yes.
Okay, and what happens after that?
I ran out the room and I ran into the kitchen and I called 911 and I grabbed the knife off the seat.
Okay. All right, and then I believe you indicated then, you were trying to get out the other way.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
And
that's a yes?
huh?
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And where was Mr. Ivy at that time?
In the kitchen.
Okay. And what happened after that?
I couldn't get out the way that I was intending to go, so I had to walk past him. When I walked past him, moved to the side to leave out of the kitchen and out into the living room. We ended up on the sofa. He charged me again.
Did he still have the knife in his hand at that time?
Objection, that was not the testimony. There was no testimony that my
I'm
client
sorry.
had a knife in his hand.
I'm so sorry. Did he still have the beer bottle?
Yes.
Sorry about that, the beer bottle.
Yes.
Okay. You had the knife in your hand.
I had the knife.
All right. Did he still have the beer bottle in his hand?
Yes, he did.
Okay. So what happened?
So again, he raised the beer bottle up. He tried to hit me with it. He again was trying to choke me. We was fighting on the sofa. I was screaming.
When you said he was trying to fight you, you want to take a minute? Are you ready? When you said when you said he was trying to fight you, what specifically was he doing?
He was choking me and it's just like he just fell on me and was just choking me and I was kicking and screaming at him and hitting him back. At some point, I stabbed him, didn't realize that I did because everything was going so fast. We ended up on the floor. He still choking, had his hands around my neck on the floor. He had grabbed my head and he was trying to slam into the tile. He got on top of me. He had his knee in my chest. Then we ended up in the vestibule. At this point, he had his arm around my neck. His other hand was in my hair, pulling my hair, and his legs was wrapped around my body. he was squeezing me.
Was he behind you at that time?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So I kept trying to talk him out of getting me up, and he had the nerves to say to me, if I let you go, don't do nothing to me. And I was just trying to just get off of me, just get off of me, you know. I was trying to talk him to get off of me because I knew that my daughter was on the way, and I was just trying to get him off of me.
And, so when he had his, arm, did you say he had his arm around your neck or his knee?
His arm around my neck at that point.
Was your breathing restricted at all at that time? If you remember.
Honestly, I don't know if it was that or because I'm just old and out of breath, but it was just really hard. And I know that I was struggling to breathe because it's just like he had his knee in my chest and his arm right, and I was just trying everything that I could to get him up off of me because I did not, for some reason, that's irrelevant, but that's how it was.
Okay. At some point, were you able to get up?
Yes.
And how did that happen?
Because he finally got up off me.
Okay. What happened after that?
After that, I opened up the door. And as soon as I opened up the door, like a second later, my daughter pulled into the driveway. I opened up the door, she came in, and was like, what is you doing to my mama? You know, and he had gotten to her face like he was about to do something to her. So I ran and I went to the other bedroom and I grabbed my gun and I put the clip in the gun and ran back outside and was like, get away from my daughter, get away from my daughter. And my daughter was like, Ma, I got this, I got this. And then I ran out the house and I went across the street to ask for help, call 911, because at this point I don't know where my phone had gone. So I went and called 911 and then I waited over there for a little while, but then I heard him argue with my daughter again, so I ran back across the street so they wanted him to do nothing to her. And he was sitting on the sofa, so, you know, they were just arguing or whatever, and I waited till the police came, when the police came out of me.
Okay, so, Mr. Ivy and your daughter were inside the house
Yes.
arguing?
Yes.
Okay, did you go in the house?
Yes.
Okay, did you stay in the house or did you go back outside?
I stayed out, I was at the front door until the police came.
Okay, and the police arrived?
Yes.
Did you tell the police what happened?
I did.
Okay. Did you seek any medical attention?
No.
And, did you see Mr. Ivy be arrested that night?
I did not, I was in the house at that point.
Okay. I have no further questions at this time.
Pastor Zahn?
Ms. Ivy, I have a couple questions for you. If anything's unclear, just stop me, and I can clarify, okay?
Okay.
Miss Ivy, you testified that you called 19640 Riverview your home, right? And that you've been staying there since August of 23.
Correct.
You don't own this home.
No, I do not.
Mr. Ivy owns this home.
No, he does not.
Your name is not on any of the paperwork related to this house.
Yes, it is.
Oh, what's it on?
On the lease.
Your name is on the lease?
That's correct.
You testified that at some point, the two of you were in the bedroom and he hovered over you with a beer bottle, right?
Correct.
And just so I'm clear, this is just like a standard 12-ounce beer bottle?
I'm not familiar with size of beer I don't drink. But it was the beer bottle you get in the 6.
In a 6-pack?
Yes.
And it was the beer bottle that he had been drinking that night?
One of them.
Okay, so that was one of the bottles that he was drinking, right?
Yes.
So he's holding the bottle like he's having a drink.
No, it's not.
And it's not like this bottle is broken in any way.
No, the bottle is not broken.
Okay, so there's no jagged edges on this bottle.
No,
It's not like he has the beer bottle upside down and he's poking at you with shards of glass from in your face?
He had the beer bottle upside down with his hand raised, coming at me.
Okay, he never hit you with the beer bottle.
Yes, he did,
Oh,
in the
well,
living room.
you never told that to the police, did you?
I did. I said that he came at me and charged me with the beer bottle.
Okay, well, let's be very clear. You're saying he charged at you with the beer bottle. Okay, now that's what you told the police,
The
right?
beer bottle hit me, but it wasn't like it was more than one, because at that point, I'm fighting him back.
Okay, and then at some point you're in the kitchen, right?
It was before he attacked me, yes. The second time,
Okay, and you grabbed a kitchen knife
yes.
and you stabbed him with a kitchen knife.
Not at that point, no.
Okay, you stabbed him in the back with a kitchen knife.
Once we were on the sofa fighting.
And this kitchen knife, is it like a steak knife, like a sharp kitchen knife?
It's one of those little Dollar Tree knives, that has serrated edges.
Okay, so he never pulled a knife on you?
No, he had a beer bottle.
Okay. Which in your words hit you once?
That I remember, yes.
Okay, and you stabbed him with a knife at least twice?
That's not what I was told.
And Ms. Ivy, you testified that you brought your gun out as well.
I did,
So you keep a gun in the home?
yes.
And the gun you pulled out, you pointed it at Mr. Ivy.
No, I did not.
In fact, you put it up to his head, didn't you?
No, I did not.
And this all happened when you were in the bedroom, right?
No, it did not. No, that did not happen.
Okay, so you admit that you pulled out a gun
I did.
and you stabbed him with a knife.
While he was attacking me, yes, I did.
Okay, and that his only weapon was a beer bottle.
And his hands.
And his hands, right? But he didn't pull a knife on you.
Again, I had the knife.
And he didn't pull a gun on you.
He had the beer bottle and his hands.
And Ms. Ivy, you testified that he had been drinking that night.
He had been drinking all day.
Okay, but you went out to run some errands, right?
Correct.
And then you came back.
Correct.
So when you say he's drinking all day, you weren't home all day to witness him drinking.
I witnessed him drinking before I left. He called me throughout the day. I know what he sounds like when he's drunk. I've been married to him for 4 years, and he was drinking when I got back. I saw all the evidence of the bottles that were empty.
Right, but
in the
let's
house.
talk about what you actually saw him do, right? So you didn't actually see him consuming alcohol the entire day because you were not home.
Not the entire day. I did not witness it while I was away. But before I left, when I left at 10 o'clock in the morning, he was drinking.
I want to go back to the gun that you pulled on Mr. Ivy. It was a 9mm.
Correct.
It was loaded.
I loaded it, yes.
And
this is what?
Hang
Yes,
on.
I loaded it.
And when the police first came to the house, you didn't mention anything about a gun.
That is not true. I told them on the phone, 911, I had a gun. When the police got there, he asked me, is there a weapon? I said, yes, it's in my coat pocket. He walked up to me and I let him reach into my coat pocket to pull it out.
Well, you gave 2 statements to the police, is that right?
The police that night and the detective that came the next day.
So 2 separate statements.
Yes.
And I'm just double checking here. Nowhere in your first statement to the police, meaning the statement while on scene, on the night in question, right? Not the following day with the detective, did you mention a gun?
That is not true. I did. Because when I called 911, I let them know.
Okay, but let's keep it separate, right? You called 911 while you're in the kitchen.
No, I called 911 in the kitchen when I left the house, but I never made contact with 911 in the kitchen because that's when he came at me in the kitchen. When I left the house and went across the street to ask for help, That's when
So you called 911 twice, but one time it didn't connect or go through, one time it did.
the man across the street called 911 for me.
Okay.
When the police got there, he said, "Is there a weapon?" I said, "Yes, I have it in my coat pocket."
Just one moment, Judge. Ms. Ivy, you said you did not seek medical attention after this incident?
No, no.
And the police offered you the opportunity to have medical, right, on scene?
I don't know, do not recall it.
Just one moment. Just one more question, Ms. Ivy, in the last 10 years, have you ever been convicted of a crime involving theft or dishonesty, like larceny or something like that?
I've never been convicted of a crime.
Okay. Judge, I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
No, you're all right, nothing else.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Any other witnesses for the people?
I have no further witnesses, Your Honor.
Any witnesses for the defendant?
No witnesses, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, I would move to bind over on counts 1 and 2. I would also add an additional, I need to add additional count 3 of felonious assault with the beer bottle. And with the charge.
Your Honor, I'm not surprised that the people are moving to add the felonious assault with a beer bottle, because I think based on this record, if there is a finding of probable cause, it would be specifically just for that offense of felonious assault with a beer bottle. Based on this testimony, I do not believe that the people have met their burden of establishing assault with intent to create bodily harm less than murder or by strangulation. There was no testimony as to strangulation. There was testimony that he put his hands on her neck, that she had scratches on her neck.
That was the first incident. What about the second incident?
So the first incident.
And she said that she couldn't breathe.
Well, Judge, what she said was, "I don't know." And then she went on to say, well, there was a time where his knee was on my chest and I was struggling to breathe, but I don't know if that's because of the strangulation or because of her purported anxiety and trauma from the incident. This is not an instance where we have an allegation that my client is actively strangling someone to the point where they're losing consciousness or they're suffocating and unable to breathe. I don't even think by a probable cause standard that is met. I would also note that with regard to the assault, she's the one who brings the knife and the gun to this altercation.
Why did she bring the knife and gun?
I don't know, Judge. If the court, I mean.
According to her, she brought the knife and gun because she was being assaulted.
Sure, and of course, at this stage, that's the testimony we have before the court. I would submit that there are many stories to be told based on these allegations, but she's the one who stabs him in the back and pulls a gun on him while he has no quote unquote weapons other than a beer bottle that he was drinking. That is not a broken beer bottle that was manipulated in any way to be used as a weapon. So Judge, I'm asking for the court to dismiss the count of count 1, great bodily harm. To the extent that the court is binding over on the FA, I would object with that argument.
Thank you, Judge. Let me first say that the complainant testified very clearly that the defendant was drinking alcohol earlier in the day. Then she left. She had talked to him throughout the day, and he was still drinking when she came home. She said that she noticed that he was intoxicated and she could see what state he was in. She said that they were both in the bedroom. She said that She was watching TV, I believe, and that he continued to drink. And then at some point, he gets up. She doesn't say he's drinking, he's got the beer in his hand and he's drinking it. No, she says he takes it and holds it up, holds it over her with the one hand. With the other hand, puts his hand on her neck. She's got scratches from that instance. She's trying to roll away and get away so that she can leave, because she's already fearful because something like this has happened before. She tries to leave. He says, no, where are you going? She's got her purse with her. He brings her back in. He's still got the beer bottle. He's still coming after her. They get into the kitchen, and yes, she is fearful, and she does grab a knife. He comes after her again. They essentially have a physical altercation, and he's behind her. He's got his, I believe he's got his arm around her neck. She can't get away at that point. She did testify that she could not breathe. His arm was around her neck and she could not breathe. She doesn't have to lose consciousness. It is, this charge is based on a number of factors, including the intent of the defendant from what he did the first time and from what he did now the second time of, again, putting restraint around her neck. I absolutely believe that is probable cause for assault with strangulation. And Your Honor, she did indicate in her testimony that not only did he have the beer bottle up and she was in fear, but he did eventually hit her with the beer bottle. She wasn't injured, but she was still hit with it, Your Honor. So I'm asking for a buy no run on all those counts.
All right, court, after hearing the testimony of Ms. Ivy, is satisfied that people met their burden of probable cause as it relates to count one. Count two is the misdemeanor that goes over with count one, as well as the added count three felonious assault with the alleged beer bottle. I think that Ms. Ivy came across very credible as a witness. She testified as to those things that she did, as well as those things that the defendant did. And as the prosecutor pointed out, what is important to look at is what can we deduce from the defendant's alleged intent? What was his intent in doing what it was that he did? And I think it raises a question of fact to be determined by a trier of fact. If he did assault her with the intent to do great bodily harm, or by strangulation, and by putting his hands around her neck, and to the point where she said that she was unable to breathe. And I think she was pretty forthright and honest into saying that she's not sure if it was him by putting his hands on her neck, or the state of health or confusion or anxiety that she had been experiencing at that time that caused her not to be able to breathe as she normally would be able to breathe. This all needs to be sorted out. Third Circuit Court finds that people have met their burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the complaint warrant. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to believe this has been committed. The defendant will be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for further proceedings. His arraignment on the information date time will be January 2nd, 2024 at 9:00 a.m. The bond will be continued.
Your Honor, I don't know if you have control over the bind over date. I don't know, is the court open on the 2nd? Or,
I think so. For arraignments anyway.
okay, or is it possible, do you have control to push it out to the 5th or no?
I don't.
Okay, no
I'm not
problem.
sure what they're giving me as an arraignment date.
Okay,
I've just been given the date. I know that's the date I've been using.
okay. All right, I'll take it up.
All right.
And then, Judge, I think we do have to address some bond issues, both parties.
What's the bond issue?
Okay, so now we're getting conflicting testimony. So basically, it's my understanding that that the Riverview address is Mr. Ivy's home, and it's his name that's on the lease and any home ownership papers and not hers. To the extent that she just testified as much, I believe that may have been something that she's asserting in the last week or two. Mr. Ivy followed the court's instructions to get a police escort to go over the home to get his belongings. She had changed the locks on the home, as to prevent any sort of entry. That resulted in the filing of a police report, I believe, by Mr. Ivy. All of that to say is what our request is that Mr. Ivy be able to return to his home on Riverview, and that Miss Ivy, who we do not believe is actually the registered owner of the home, would find another place to live, perhaps with her daughter, who is an adult and presumably has somewhere she can stay. There's also an issue with, I believe Miss Ivy is driving Mr. Ivy's car.
Well, I have no intention on getting in the middle of these family court issues or landlord tenant issues. I'm only determining if there's probable cause for me to bind this matter of which I've completed my job.
Yes, Judge, and I hear that. However, I do believe it's still in this court's jurisdiction to address the no contact provisions with the location. And I'm asking for the court to lift the no contact with Riverview so he may go home.
Well, it sounds like there's a legitimate dispute as to who is at that location. Who has a right to be at that location.
I don't know if the people want to speak on it or.
The issue that I have in terms of the bond is that the defendant did come back to the property. I do believe that he did have a police escort to get some of his property, although the complainant would say that he was kind of intimidating to her while she was there.
She's there with the police escort.
Yes, exactly. So, but that, yeah, and she says he didn't come at first with police escort. We don't have video of that, however, we have real video of him there with a police escort. So that's the issue that I want to address.
Never step in. Sir, what stuff do you have at the location?
I got all my furniture. I don't know what's my house, got my clothes. I mean, like I said, I paid a rent. I'm my house. Okay. But I would tell my landlord today, I would move my stuff out of there. And she said, she told me she would give me my $1,900 back for my deposit. I had to go somewhere else. And like I said, I'm not the water.
Now, let me remind you, you're still under oath, okay? Are you still at the location in question? And you say you are on the lease there?
Yes, sir.
The defendant has some clothing there?
Yes, he has clothing.
You don't want that clothing, do you?
I'm leaving at the end of the month, so he can have the house back.
Okay. You have a date certain that you're leaving?
No. I'm just trying to get everything out the house that I possibly can.
All right, in the meantime, he's gonna need his clothes.
I gave him clothes. I packed 2 bags for him.
He's gonna need all of his clothes.
Sorry?
He's gonna need all of his clothes. All right, so we're gonna arrange for his clothes to be picked up. Furniture, I'm not touching that, sir. But your clothes, it's undeniable that she's not wearing your clothes. And those clothes are male clothes, I presume. So you can get your clothes. What else?
His car, Judge.
You have this car?
He bought that car from me. He told everybody at the dealership, bought this car for my wife. I got proof that he telling me he bought the car for me. I called him and he says, I'll buy your car because my car was down. He told me that after 2 years, he was gonna turn the car in so we can turn it in for another car. In the meantime, he was supposed to be getting the first car that I had fixed, and that's the reason why he bought me the car, because my first car is down, and he still hasn't fixed that car. I drive my elderly.
So how many cars do you have?
Sorry, I got one car.
How many cars do you have?
I'm on this plane.
I just wanna.
I got one car. I bought me one car. We've been separated for 2.5 years.
Listen to me. Oh, no, I didn't ask you all of that. I didn't ask you all of that. Be quiet. I asked you, how many cars do you have?
I just have one car.
And that's the car that she's talking about? And that car is in your name? All right, you're gonna have to give me this car back. Anything else? So his car and his clothes, when can he get his car back?
When is he trying to come to the house again?
Well, Judge, I know the OIC is here in the courtroom. Perhaps can you help facilitate an escort today, if that's possible, or? Okay. If you want to have one here, I just don't want him to basically have to call a general DPD line to get an escort, which can take forever.
I can go ahead and contact, dispatch.
Okay.
Get an escort.
Okay, for tomorrow or today?
Whichever the.
Today. Today would be great.
All right, so your clothes and your car only. Y'all leave me alone, I got other stuff.
Thank you, Judge. Hang on, which one?
Where's Mr. Michon?
And
Oh, my part.
Thomas, okay. Okay, so. Okay, when he's in the I just want her to have time to mute without it. Hang on. Yeah. Yeah. Have a good weekend, everyone.
Thank you, you too. Come in, Mr. Michon.
Yep, I have an exhibit to mark, Judge, to add to our record that you prosecution and I already agreed to.
Okay.
It's the medical records.
All right.
Yeah.
And Judge, did you get the video?
Yes.
Okay, because I sent an email too, asking you to confirm just to make sure.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I watched it a
I
couple
hope
days
you got
ago.
it. I'm sorry.
I watched it, was it yesterday or the day before? Might have been the day before.
No, it was yesterday.
I watched it yesterday.
Okay, yeah, because that's.
The interrogation video, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I saw it.
I found out I was sending Judge Cobb and Judge Van Houten videos, and I was like, listen, I already sent this video to Judge King through evidence.com, and he used it in the bind over, so I know he got it, the 6-hour one, remember? And Judge Van Houten said, what I did, I sent it to you 8 times, but I sent it to you, what's going on? So she contacted her the IT people, and it was always going to spam. And so we figured out what the problem was, but.
All right, I understand
Trying to make
Mr.
sure.
Owens is having some difficulties today.
Yes, I understand that as well. I think it's just gonna put them over there and we're just gonna make our argument.
Oh, where you got it?
What you looking for?
Woodruff.
I don't have that.
Call down. Who has it?
Did you,
For the record.
did you,
You waiting on Mr. Owens to come up?
Uh-huh.
Yes, sir, he's on his way.
Notice I'm trying to sit very still.
Yeah, I did.
I'm having cool thoughts.
I'm like, what do y'all have it set at?
Hell,
I heard at this new building, we're not allowed to bring any of our like fans or heaters or anything like that, at least in our section or something, and, they said there's only gonna be like 2 plugs in each room, blah, 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 whatever, but they said, but don't worry, because each individual office can have their own thermostat, and I said, yeah, we already have that right now, they don't work. Right, but we have them, like, I always have mine set at like 85 and it's still like 48 degrees in here.
I have to tell people, don't shut the door to my office. Please.
Oh, it gets too hot?
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. Ours is always really cold.
I will take.
We have a date.
Huh?
We have-
I don't know, you guys were.
Which room?
The one about the floor collapsing?
Oh, no, I haven't heard that one.
Maybe two? I don't know, it's something about a floor collapsing. And I don't know if it's true or not, but they said that they were having emergency meeting earlier this week, I think Monday, or maybe. I have no idea. Yeah,
Maybe a little.
yeah, I don't know, I've never been over there. Huh?
No.
Yeah, I'm not really interested. That's part of why I left. I was just thinking, I was like.
He's on the first floor. We are on the second floor.
We're handling him very carefully.
Apparently.
Are you feeling better, Josh?
Much better.
Well, and just so you're aware, it's it's his medical records.
Heard.
So. And have we heard?
Wasn't the ME supposed to check to see if she? Yeah, they sent out blood last week.
We haven't heard.
I know.
I mean, it would be really, obviously, it'd be very nice for him to know. And quite frankly, all of us, you know. Mr. Childs.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, they called it.
Yeah.
10:37, 2:37.
We had an
It'll
issue.
take a little. That's right. Yeah.
Say, once on this way? Okay. No problem. Okay, so we straight? All right. So, yeah. Huh? I guess he's already. Maybe on his way. That's Mr. Forte? Yeah. What else, sir? Calling case 2359469, President versus Antoine Antonio Owens. Defendant is charged with count 1 assault, intentional great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation, count 2 domestic violence. He also has case 2359430, charged in count 1 homicide, murder second degree, count 2 assault with the dangerous weapon. Defendant has a habitual offender second offense notice. Appearances for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Elena Rozak on behalf of the people, P78815, standing in for the attorney of record, APA Aaron Dan.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. Please support Kim Michon, Neighborhood Defender Services, P59167. And it is my privilege to represent Mr. Owens this morning.
Mr. Owens, tell us your name for the record, sir.
That's one Owens.
All right, this matter was held in part and continued to today's date for the court to review a videotape statement and for arguments as to bind.
One other matter, Judge. In between, I did receive a certified copy of Mr. Owens' medical records. I've marked that as an exhibit. We would ask that it be admitted into the record as a defense exhibit A.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Oh, copies right.
Okay, so the court did have an opportunity to review the video statement by the defendant. Is there anything else from people?
Nothing else for the people, Your Honor?
Anything besides the exhibit you admitted?
None for defense, Judge.
All right, people.
Your Honor, this time the people, I don't know, there's two cases?
Yes.
So there was the assault with intent to do great bodily harm by strangulation, DV exam that was held at the same time. And I think we were waiting to find them over at this, or make arguments that they were both found over, they'd be found over together. So I would move to bind over on both cases. And
Okay, so first let's do the case 2359469. That's the assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder by strangulation, count 2 domestic violence.
okay, Your Honor, people would move to bind over on the both counts in this case and reserve argument for rebuttal.
And the defense, we would be objecting to the bind over, Judge. I think she had severe credibility issues in that there were chunks of her memory that were obviously missing. She has some sort of a disorder with seizures, and there's huge gaps in her memory. In truth, Judge, she said she was both strangled to unconsciousness and then strangled awake, which I find goes directly to her credibility as to whether the issue even happened. There were no pictures or medicals to support her position. We would ask for the dismissal, Judge.
And I would just indicate that I did have the opportunity to pull up the preliminary exam testimony and review that before coming into an argument today. And in reviewing the testimony of the complainant in that case, she does indicate that she has, I believe it was epilepsy or some sort of medical condition that causes seizures, and that she was experiencing 3 seizures in total during this event that occurred. And I didn't find that what she was saying was inherently incredible, although that she did, I will admit, what Mr. Michon has indicated is that she had lapses in her memory. I don't think that she was lying about what she was saying when that occurred. She does say that the defendant strangled her at least 2 separate times, and that whether the strangulation caused her to go into a seizure or the seizure happened as a result of something that wasn't related to the strangulation, it's all a question of fact. She's telling you that, yes, I have this disorder, and that, yes, I was having a seizure, and that, yes, the defendant was the one who was strangling her, and that meets the elements, and I believe that the jury would be the one, or the trier of fact would be the one to sift through all of the facts and decide what actually happened or didn't happen and what they did.
All right, I will say this, that back on November 28th, the court was prepared to bind this matter over on that time. I didn't find that there was anything inherently incredible about the witness's testimony. I didn't write any extensive notes because I was prepared to do the bind over then, but the attorneys encouraged me, convinced the court to hold over its bind over decision until today after we heard the homicide and the court had an opportunity to review video and so forth. So the court finds that people have met the burden of probable cause as it relates to charges contained in that complaint. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to believe this defendant committed them. Defendant will be bound over on that case to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for further proceedings. His arraignment on information date and time will be January 2nd, 2024 at 9:00 a.m. We continue on that. Okay. Now we're on case 2359430.
And Your Honor, on that case as well, the people would move to bind over as charged and reserve argument for rebuttal.
All right.
As to that case, Your Honor, he's presently charged with second-degree murder. The evidence before the court, quite frankly, it is very troubling in my mind. Because you do have to take his statement, right, into consideration and his state of mind at the time. In this case, what we had are people kind of on a bender, if you will. And at the end of which the complaining witness indicates to my client, or the decedent, excuse me, indicates to my client that she's HIV positive. And had never mentioned that to him previously. Then she says, no, I was joking. No, I'm actually HIV positive. And he does throw the wine glass, or wine bottle rather, which then ends up cutting her leg. So now we have potentially HIV infected blood on the scene. You can see that in the surveillance video, because in the surveillance video, my client leaves out of the apartment and is walking away from the decedent, who is simply naked and wearing a pink robe and is following him. If you watch the surveillance video, you will see there was audio in essence indicating that was, you can hear my client saying, that was really messed up what you did. I'm gonna call the police. And she says, fine, call the police. He says, I will. Indicating there is some believability to the fact that she said she was HIV positive. And we have the blood running down her leg on the video. We are agreed to that. The stabbing itself happens off video. He says in his statement, she had blood on her and came at me. I did the only thing I thought I could do to stay away. I stabbed her and I ran off. He says, I didn't even think I had killed her. You do not have a case where, you know, he didn't reinvent sorrow. He didn't do any of that. It is a pocket knife and a stab. Yes, dead. But the issue in my mind, this happened, the events that bring us to court happened on October 10th. His medicals, he goes that next day for HIV testing and is placed on protocols for HIV, meaning he believed that she was in fact HIV positive when he did what he did. The court has to assess the state of mind of why a defendant acted. It is not enough to say he did. You have to get into his head. And if there were ever a case of heated blood, I think HIV checks that box. If there were ever a case of adequate provocation, a bleeding woman with blood on her is coming at you and has told you that you have now had sex with her and I'm HIV positive. That is why you don't know if he's HIV positive, but yet every single one of you is gloved up and masked up. Why? Because it's terrifying.
Well, that's not why I'm asking.
No, not you, but I know that's why they are, why your deputies are, because
HIV doesn't spread that way. It's not airborne.
I know that, but he was actively bleeding downstairs. And so everybody's making sure we're all being safe because nobody wants HIV. I appreciate it's not the 80s, but people are still dying of HIV. And quite frankly, in communities of color, they are dying at a different rate than those who have medical benefits. And so that fear is absolutely terrifying to him. As he stands here today, we still don't know if she was positive or not, but I know he thinks she was. And that is why he did what he did. And that is adequate provocation, Judge, because I don't think you have an intent to kill. I don't think you have an intent to do great bodily harm. I don't even think you have a wanton and willful disregard for the reasonable likelihood of your act. This is not a gun. This is a pocket knife and a stab. It is very unfortunate what happened to the young lady, but I think in this particular situation, I'm not arguing self-defense to you, Judge. I'm not saying dismiss the case, I'm saying reduce the charge to an involuntary manslaughter, and I think I am standing on fairly decent ground.
People,
Yes, Your Honor.
I know, that's what it is.
Did you want?
Oh, thank you. He wanted to make sure the court recognized that in those videos, he is constantly walking away from her, and she is the one constantly following him on those surveillance tapes.
people,
Yes, Your Honor. So I will indicate that I was part of the I was one of the authorizing APAs on this case, and here, Ms. Erin, Dan, and I both reviewed this together. And this was something that we also considered and why we charged murder 2 instead of murder 1. But in this case, the issue that you have and what gets us to murder 2 is that the defendant in his own statement at 12:57 says that she told him that she might have HIV at 3 a.m. Okay, and Miss Dan, during her direct examination, part of the exhibits that she admitted into evidence were the surveillance videos that were clipped and timestamped. One of the surveillance videos indicated that at 4:01 a.m. you will see the defendant and the complainant leaving the apartment. And in that video, it appears, we can all see it for ourselves, but they're walking together. She's clearly bleeding in her shin area, lower part of her leg, and it looks like there's quite a bit of blood. This is from when the defendant indicated in his own statement that he had thrown a wine bottle at her and the glass had broken on the floor and somehow she had fallen and cut herself. So we're a full hour past 3 a.m. He's walking out with her and she's bleeding. Then you get to 5:01 a.m. and there's the second video that was clipped, and that one you can hear a conversation. And I know Ms. Dan had indicated that it's very hard to hear that conversation, that might be something to listen to later on, but she admitted that there is, you would hear that the complainant is saying, well, then call 911, call 911. What's going on prior to that is that the defendant is saying they're talking to each other and having a conversation, and he says, we need to talk, we really need to talk about this. And I presume that they needed to talk about the fact that she told him that she has HIV. And she says, well, okay, whatever, let's go this way, let's go that way. And he says, do you want to go to your apartment or mine? Where are we going to talk about this? So he's willing to go to an apartment with her, either his place or her place. She's bleeding on her leg, blood is exposed, and he's still talking to her, having a conversation. And he says, if we don't have a talk about this, then I'm gonna call the police. And she says something along the lines, call the police. And he goes, why are you dead? She goes, well, call 911 then, call 911 then. So to put it all into context, that's where the call 911 comes from. It's not to say that she was being assaulted at that time. So I do believe that the complainant did tell him something that angered him, that made him concerned. And the medical records confirmed that the defendant did go to the hospital afterwards. I think it was the next day, and was tested and for HIV and other STDs. That doesn't negate what happened on the night of this incident. So we're at 5:01 a.m. This all starts around 3 o'clock in the morning, according to the defendant's statement. And then now we get to 5:08 a.m. and the third video shows the complainant coming into view, stumbling and then falling on the ground. We know from the testimony that the knife was recovered near her body where it was in view on that video. And so we know that the incident happened sometime between 5:01 a.m. And 5:08 a.m. And I would submit to this court that the defendant had 2 hours of thinking about it, 2 hours to digest this information, 2 hours of walking around with somebody who's bleeding from their legs that you're so afraid of.
So your position is that he should be all better now, that he was told that he just had sex with someone who's HIV positive.
I'm not saying he should be all better now, but I'm saying that he's the one who is continuing to try to have a conversation with her, go to either her apartment or his apartment, continue that conversation, And to say that you were afraid of her because she came at you with blood, but you're gonna take a knife and stab somebody who is presumably going to bleed with blood that could or may not be infected with HIV, I think the argument is not very
That
sound.
doesn't make a lot of sense.
Huh?
I said that doesn't make a lot of sense, but he didn't have a gun at his disposal. All he had was a knife.
Then he should have turned around and left. He's walking around the city of Detroit on 3 different cameras. He has an apartment. He could have gone home. He could have gone anywhere. He did not have to stay and continue to walk around with her. And if you're so afraid and so upset and all these other things, you leave. You don't take a knife and stab somebody. And that is what he did. And when you're looking at murder 2, you're looking at, did it with the intent to kill? I don't know that he intended to kill. Intended to do great bodily harm less than murder? I would submit, yes, that was his intent. He's stabbing her. What else does he think is going to happen? Or at the very least, that he acted in a wanton and willful disregard of the likelihood that the natural tendency of said act would cause death or great bodily harm. And that's what happened. So he's walking around with this knife. He knows this is 2 hours. He could have gone anywhere, could have done anything. And now he's going to say, oh, I just had to stab her because she came at me with blood. There's nothing other than the defendant's statement to indicate that she came at him with blood. And I can tell you that at 5:01 a.m., they don't sound uncivil with each other as far as their conversation. They're talking about going to another location to continue the conversation. So I think that even if the defendant did or was told that the complainant had HIV and that this worried him, there was so much time in between that he acted unreasonable in this circumstance. But there's another key point that I wanted to bring up, because in the interrogation, the defendant says that when he first met the complainant, I believe it was on day 1, he'd only known her a few days, she told him she had HIV and then said, I'm just joking. And then it was days later that this happens, and she says, you should really go to the doctor and get tested because my doctor says I might have HIV. Those are his words. So he's already been told the first time that she might have HIV, but then she says, oh, I'm just joking. He's like, I should have believed her then. And then now fast forward 3 days, and 2 hours later, he takes a knife and stabs her. I think it's a question of fact for a trier effect, and there is a chance that the jury might come back and say, okay, it's voluntary manslaughter instead of murder 2, but are we the elements of murder 2? I think that the defendant has met, or the actions in this case have satisfied the elements of murder 2, and that the voluntary manslaughter would be something that would be lesser, that the jury would be instructed on and making the decision. Thank you.
Brief response?
Go ahead.
Only to say that the timeline only works if you believe Mr. Owens, who was on the 3 to 4 day bender, right? So we're talking about a man and a woman, quite frankly, who have consumed copious amounts of alcohol and narcotics and are having sex with one another. I think the 3 o'clock hour that he gave, I'm not sure how accurate that really is. And when you watch those videos, the idea, I take exception to the idea that they are walking together. She is constantly behind him, following him naked in a robe. And so she's the one pursuing. I appreciate that the conversation might not have been uncivilized, but nonetheless, if she's coming at him covered in blood, that is why he's not the one who's coming up to her. She is constantly coming to him. If the idea is he could have just gone home, not if she keeps following me everywhere. And that is what that video shows. He could not get away from her because she kept pursuing him while bleeding. And that is adequate provocation in textbook.
All right, so voluntary manslaughter occurs when one person intentionally kills another, but acted out of passion or anger before they had time to calm down. This situation is troubling in the sense that the complainant here allegedly tells the defendant that she's HIV positive. I think also the video said, she said something about, she told him that she had gonorrhea and he kissed her, he started getting blisters on his lips. She had a whole lot of nasty stuff. Okay? The only reason that this time period is even relevant or comes into play is, was there enough time for the defendant to calm down? And I'm not so quite sure that it was, because if someone pretty much hands me a death sentence and tells me after the fact, then that's going to weigh on me mentally. In fact, I may not react right away. It may take some time for it to sink in. What just happened here? What am I looking now? How is this going to change the course of the rest of my life? So whether she was coming at him with blood all over her or not, I don't think it makes a difference, quite frankly. Because I think that in and of itself, that action of having sex with me and then telling me after the fact that you're HIV positive, let alone when you have gonorrhea and herpes or whatever else you have going on, you have essentially handed me a death sentence. And now I have to process that. What am I going to do now? And I'd attempt to walk away. And as I walk away, you're continually following me. I'm like, okay, we got to talk about this. I have to get some understanding because I'm in a state of disbelief as to what just happened. Please tell me you're kidding, that you're still making this up. So I think this court is, somebody said something?
I was just gonna say, I have the videos still, like the exhibit.
I saw the videos.
And, okay. That's fine.
So I think at a bare minimum, the defendant's thinking was disturbed by emotional excitement of what was just told to him. And I think what we do have here is a voluntary manslaughter. As such, the court is going to find the defendant over on voluntary manslaughter, as well as the assault with a dangerous weapon. Court finding those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. Court finding public policy to be disciplined committed will bind the defendant over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for further proceedings. His arraignment on the information will also be on January 2nd, 2024 at 9 o'clock a.m.
Thank you very much, Your Honor, for your time and consideration.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's gonna be, no, I gotta change that January 2nd day because he's in custody. So that's gonna be, what's the date again?
The 26th.
December 26, 2023 at 9 o'clock.
Thank you so very much, Judge.
Okay, sorry.
I'll go down and talk to you.
Thank you, Judge.
Take care of yourself.
Are you too?
And Judge, if I don't see you, Merry Christmas.
Thank you, same here. I think you got a better pen I can use. This one is giving out. All right, I think I got one more left, right?
Yes.
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Judge.
Good afternoon, how are you doing today?
Good, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Mr. Tillman.
That's just the final of earlier that walk-in cases.
Okay. Would you change the arraignment date on that other, Mr. Owens?
I see.
This guy Wade, right?
Yes.
I see. Just not. Well.
Happy holidays to all of you.
I was ready. Now. My changes.
Okay.
Judge, if I may have just 1 minute.
All right.
Mr. Tillman. All right, give me 1 second. And take it one at the same time. Yeah. Oh, he's up.
Are you ready now, people?
Yes.
Calling case 2359740. People of the state of Michigan versus James and Edward Tillman. Defendant is charged in count 1 criminal sexual conduct, first degree relationship. Count 2 criminal sexual conduct, first degree relationship. Count 3 criminal sexual conduct, first degree, person under 13, defendant 17 years of age or older. Count 4 criminal sexual conduct, first degree, person under 13, defendant 17 years of age or older. Count 5 criminal sexual conduct, second degree, person under 13, defendant 17 years of age or older. Count 6 criminal sexual conduct, second degree relationship. Appearances for the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Erica Moses on behalf of people 78491.
And good afternoon, Emily Elijah, T85039, along with my co-counsel, who will let introduce himself.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. Good afternoon to your staff, David Business Services. Thank you for bringing 815 co-counsel, Mr. Tillman.
Mr. Tillman, tell us your name for the record. There's a date and time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, just have a couple of preliminary issues to address.
Okay.
Your Honor, I did speak with Ms. Elijah and indicated that there will be a couple of amendments at the actual court depending on the nature of the testimony today. Those changes would be to counts 3 and 4. They would stay criminal sexual conduct first degree, person under 13, defendant 17 or older. However, there'd be an amendment, penis into mouth as opposed to vaginal. Count 4 would be amended to, it's going to stay the same, criminal sexual conduct first degree, but penis into mouth.
Okay, so the subsequent changes are as to count 3 and 4, and what else?
Yes, Judge, and besides those 2 changes, we may be asking, I may be asking for an additional count of CSC 1, child between 13 and 16.
Okay. Counsel, you've been put on notice.
I have, Your Honor.
How many
numbers.
witnesses do you have?
3 very short.
All right.
And I would just move for the sequestration as well as the order that any potential witnesses not observed on YouTube. I do know one of the witnesses is a minor in this case. I don't know the court's policy on closing.
I won't, thank you for that. I won't show the witness's face. Ladies and gentlemen out there on or in YouTube land, if you are a witness or potential witness, I'm ordering you to log off at this time.
Let me ask a question.
Yes,
When there's one minor child who testified, would the camera not be able to?
I've already got it understood.
Thank you.
Okay. And I can mute this witness's name, just let me know when you're about to say it. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Would that be your first witness?
No.
Okay. Let's call you.
Thank
So I don't have to move the camera here.
I'm so sorry.
Do I have to move the camera for this first?
No,
witness?
Judge, this is mother.
Can we have 1 minute, Your Honor?
Sure.
Thank you for the court's indulgence. We're ready.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. People call Miss Sabrina Tillman.
Please give your name and spelling to the young lady seated here.
Sabrina Tillman, that's
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please have a seat in the box. Keep your voice up nice and loud. Speak to that microphone. This too.
Judge, may I question from here or do you prefer that?
Sorry.
May I question from here?
The podium, because we can hear you.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Can you please state your name one more time, please? Sabrina Tillman. Ms. Tillman, are you familiar with an individual named James Tillman?
Yes,
How are you familiar with him?
that's my husband.
And when did you first meet Mr. Tillman?
I met Mr. Tillman in 2007.
And you said you were married to him?
Yes, I still am.
Okay, still am. When did you get married to him?
2008.
And do you have children?
Yes, I do.
Okay, how many children do you have?
I have a total of 8.
And do you have any children with Mr. Tillman?
No, I do not.
And do you see anyone that you recognize as being Mr. Tillman in the courtroom today?
Yes, it's
And what color is it?
green.
All right, that's for in-court identification of the defendant at this time.
So noted.
Miss Tillman, are you familiar with an individual named Dominique House?
Yes, that's my daughter.
And how old is she?
She's 18 right now. She's 18.
8. Okay. And is there anything unique about Dominique?
Yes, Dominique is pilot to the here. She's a here very good driver. She's learning disabled. So she doesn't
comprehend a lot of things the way that one person would. He's like on the third, fourth grade level.
So as far as communicating, does she communicate with you verbally?
Yes, she does.
Okay, and you were present in the room when I had a conversation with her as well. Okay. So as far as any kind of deficits with her cognitive impairment, what would you say those were?
Sometimes she doesn't understand something, so she may like stumble, or she may clap her hands, or she'll snap her fingers, or she'll smile when she's nervous, or she'll actually look at me, she don't understand.
Okay, that's fair. And are you familiar with someone named Savannah House?
Yes.
Okay, who is that?
My daughter.
And how old is Savannah now?
Savannah's 15.
And was there a time that you lived at an address 17374 North Lawn Street in the city of Detroit, County of Wayne?
Yeah.
When did you move into that house?
I moved in this year, I moved in 2017.
And who moved into that house with you at that time?
It was Dominique Lake Show, my daughter, Brianna, my daughter Hannah. At the time, I think Brianna had paid, and it was legend.
Okay, we're gonna go through, so the two girls, Dominique and Savannah were there, you were there, correct? And did, Mr. Tillman live there as well?
Yeah.
Okay, and you named, Brianna, who's Brianna?
Brianna's my older daughter.
And you named Blake, who's Blake?
Blake is my son.
Okay, and who did I miss, Legend?
Legend is my daughter Hannah's baby.
Okay, and was Hannah living there as well at the time?
Yes.
Okay, explain the setup of the house, what does it look like?
It's a colonial style house with the basement. It is the living, call it the living floor, I guess, the living room, dining room, and kitchen. It is the upstairs, third floor. So.
And where are the bedrooms at in that house?
The bedrooms are upstairs. We also converted one in the basement for Brianna to live in. So Brianna stayed in the basement. Hannah stayed first when she came up the stairs to the left. The girls was in the next room. Our straight ahead, the bathroom.
When you say all of them, who's really talking to me? Okay, so you shared that into there. And were those sleeping arrangements the same when you moved in to that house, like throughout the time you lived there?
No, they kind of changed.
Okay, what changed?
What changed is Hannah moved out, and then eventually Brianna moved out.
Do you know roughly when they moved out? You don't remember? That's
I'm not for sure. That's why Hannah moved out for a different worker, and then she came back. Brianna moved to an apartment. We never came back.
Okay. When you first moved into that home on North Lawn, do you recall how old Dominique was?
Dominique was between, say, roughly 12, 13, 13.
And are you still living at that address?
No.
Okay, when did you move out of that address?
Moved out in 2020.
And how old was Savannah when you first moved into that house on North Lawn? Your Honor, the people see one more amendment to the information. I don't know if you want to do that now or after I'm done questioning. Your Honor, I'm sorry. I have one more amendment to the information based on that. May I do so now?
Yes.
The people move to omit the date on the information. Right now it's 2014. I seek to amend that first date to 2017 and keep the 2020. And just for clarification, in case I jumped the gun, what year did you move out that house? 2022. Thank you. And was Mr. Tillman living there the entire time that you were in that house?
Yes.
And you were legally married to him at that time?
Yes.
No further questions on this witness.
Cross examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Tillman, is that how you prefer me to address you today? Okay. Now, I would like to get your children straight again. So I apologize for re-asking this question, but how many children do you have? You said it again. How many children do you have?
8.
8. Okay, and would you please say their names again for me?
All of them?
Yes, please.
It's Raven House. It's my son Trayvon House, who is deceased. It's Brianna House. It's Hannah House. It's Dominique
House, Lake House, Savannah House, then Shelby House.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Could you give me the order of the kids from oldest to youngest as
Yes.
well? Okay, thank you for that. Now, you moved into this North Lawn address in 2017, correct? Okay. And Mr. Tillman also has 2 children, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, he has 3.
Okay, would you tell me who the names of his children are?
Samaj, Jet, and Drake, and then, Paris.
Okay. And did Mr. Tillman's children live at the North Lawn address?
Well, Drake, Samaj, and Jet, yeah, they would come over and spend the weekends and like come over for the summer. Paris didn't live there at first because she had come in the picture until later. But we found out he actually got a daughter. And she stayed with us for maybe, I'm not sure, maybe a little over 6 months or so.
So when approximately did Paris move into the house?
I'm not for sure when it was. I don't want to give you a definite date, but I can say it was probably maybe the beginning or the end of maybe 2021. I'm not for sure. I'm not for sure.
Okay, I appreciate the clarity in that. Was there also a child named Lawrence?
Yes.
Okay,
He ended up coming eventually with his sister as well.
okay, and so when did Lawrence move into the house? Same time as Paris or different?
She came here one time and lived, and then she went back, and then she came back. When she came back, Lawrence came in.
Okay.
Which was the brother.
And when they came into the house, did CPS get involved into your life or do any home visits?
Yes.
Okay. And did CPS talk to you at that time?
Yes.
Okay, and are you aware whether CPS talked to Mr. Tillman at that time?
Yes.
Okay, did CPS have any meetings with your daughter at that time?
I don't think they talked much. Okay. I can't remember. So I don't want to tell you yes. I don't remember.
Okay, did CPS visit your home on
Yes,
North
they did
Lawn?
a home visit.
Okay. How did all the kids get along once all Paris and Lawrence moved into the house?
I mean, they had issues, any kids would, with kids taking stuff or kids invading privacy or kids messing with something that was there or, Lawrence had a bad habit of eating food.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Lawrence had a bad habit of eating the kids' food, like he would take something or he would steal something, eat it. He had issues like that, but pretty much Paris, they got along with.
Okay. And how did you get along with the new kids, Paris and Lawrence?
I got along fine with him, except when Lawrence would do something bad, and I would tell Mr. Children, because I didn't spank him or hit him or anything like that. I would tell him he was a disciplinary person.
Okay, so how did you divide up disciplinary responsibilities between the blended family?
At first, he did have a right to be able to spank and, make them act right if they were doing wrong. But then it came to a point that with his kids, he didn't want me to discipline, treat me, basically talk to them, like they did something wrong, it was basically, y'all need to stop telling them that. But he felt he had every right to discipline my kids, so I got to the point where I started saying, okay, you discipline yours, I discipline mine. Something's going wrong, you come tell me about my kids, and I tell you about your kids. So that's how it started acting.
At what point did that start to develop in time?
I'm not for sure. It actually, I believe it started before Paris and Winston came on.
Okay, so you guys are having some trouble arranging parenting and discipline?
No, not really. It's just that everything was smooth with everything. It's just that I felt that you shouldn't spank my kids and pop them for anything you don't want the same with your children.
And your children, you're including Ray and Samaji in that?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So you've been married with Mr. Tillman since 2008, so you're familiar with Mr. Tillman's family, right?
Yes, I am.
Okay. You would spend a lot of time with them? Yes. Okay, including, his sisters became your sisters?
Yes.
Okay, and who is of Mr. Tillman's sisters your closest friend?
Sean Tillman.
Okay. And how often would you see Mr. Tillman?
I would ask you to develop into this.
Why is his wife?
Your Honor, in this case, there's not going to be any forensics, it's going to be entirely credibility associated with the,
Why do I need to know her relationship with the system?
okay, I'll move on. Were you, running a daycare out of your home at the North Lawn address?
Yes, I was.
Okay, what years were you running a daycare out of your home?
I want to say it was in COVID hit.
In COVID?
COVID hit, yeah. I ended up not going back to work, and I ended up starting babysitting my own grandkids. And my kids' friends would bring their kids, so yeah, I was running out of the basement.
Okay, and you were running it out of the basement of the North Lawn?
Yeah.
Okay. How many kids at any given time do you have?
Anywhere from 8 to 10 kids at a time.
Okay. And so were those kids contained in the basement, or did they have?
Basement on.
Okay. Any of the children in your house, would you share with us, in the North Lawn house, which of the children shared rooms and which did not?
Savannah, Shelby, and Dominic shared a room, and Blake was in a room with, Josh was there as well.
Who's Josh?
I had guardianship over Josh. Josh ended up coming here, he had come here in 2020. He came here to 2000, sorry about that. I had guardianship over him, so he came here in 2020, so they shared a room with Joshua Watson.
Okay, and how old is Joshua?
Josh was 15.
Okay. I got a little sidetracked, but I was asking who shared rooms. So you said the three girls.
They were all together,
Okay.
and Joshua and Blake was together, and then when James' kids come over, they would be in the room with the boys. The Paris would be in the room with the girls.
Okay. And did your girls, Dominique and Savannah, did they have, and all the kids really, did they have cell phones?
Yeah.
Okay, when did you first give those children cell phones? How old?
Savannah was the first one that got a cell phone. She was in like 4th grade.
Okay, how old is she? 9?
No, she might have been younger than that because she was the only one that was very, very responsible. So she was in like 3rd or 4th grade, I want to say.
Okay.
When she got her phone.
Okay. When did Dominique get a cell phone?
What is this question?
And these charges are alleged to extend over a number of years. And so social media and cell phones are very ubiquitous for children and how they communicate with the world. So I'm wondering, when these children first got these cell phones, should they contain information about?
I can't tell you. I'm not going
I'm not asking lie or yes. So if you don't know, that's fine. Okay. In 2022, have you and Mr. Tillman separated at any point in your marriage and he moved out?
He said his parents, I guess, he was staying over there while I was still in the house and I was waiting to get into the house and I moved now. So he was over there. So I kept in contact with him. I'm not gonna tell you that I did keep in contact.
And when you say you kept in contact with him, you mean you kept in contact with him after your daughters brought these allegations?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Prior to your daughter's allegations coming forward, had you and Mr. Tillman separated?
You mean like not in the same house?
Yes.
Yes, we did.
When did you do that approximately?
The day she told.
The day. What about prior to the allegations?
No, we never separated.
So Mr. Tillman had never moved out of the house
No.
prior to the date of the
Never.
allegation?
Never moved out of the house.
Okay. And then after the girl's allegations come forth, you did remain in contact with Mr.
Yes, I did.
Correct. And is it fair to say that you and Mr. Tillman worked on reconciling your marriage after these allegations came forward?
I wouldn't call it that.
What would you call it?
Keep my eye on where he was.
Okay, so You did not want to get back together with Mr. Tillman after these allegations.
No,
After these allegations came forth, did you accept money from Mr. Tillman? Did he help pay any bills?
no,
Did you try to go into a business partnership with Mr. Tillman after these allegations came
I talked to him about it.
forward? Okay, so what was that business opportunity?
Must say,
Why is that wrong?
Your Honor, after these allegations came forward, Ms. Tillman and Mr. Tillman remained in communication and remained engaged in business together and.
So what if they did? What does that have to do with whether or not the allegations took place or not?
I think it goes to show what is going on in the mind of the witnesses after these allegations come forward.
She can't testify as to what goes on with anybody else's mind. What's going on in her mind is irrelevant.
All right, I'll move on. Okay. Okay, I want to ask you some questions about Dominique, okay?
Okay.
So you indicated that she is cognitively impaired, okay?
yes,
When was Ms. House diagnosed?
patient 3 as well.
3 years old. And did she have an IEP in school?
Yes, she does.
And did she see a therapist or a doctor about
Neurologist.
a neurologist? And does Savannah have any learning disabilities?
No,
I want to turn your attention to Savannah. Okay. Savannah is the one who first texted you about this issue, correct?
yes,
Okay. Can you tell me what did she text you?
it was, there was something on the lines of there's something I need to tell you. And I said, what?
And where was she when she texted
She was in school, and I was in my car.
you? Okay. Approximately what time of day was it?
She had been about 10 o'clock.
So mid-morning approximately. Did you save those texts?
Yes,
Okay, have you provided those texts to the prosecution or detective?
no,
Did you know what she was talking about when she texted you?
no.
Okay, so how did you respond?
I texted her and I said, what's wrong? You know, I said, what's wrong or what?
Right. And had Savannah gotten in trouble at school the day prior to this?
No. She got in trouble that morning.
She got in trouble that morning?
Yeah.
What was the trouble she got into that morning?
She didn't clean up the bathroom.
Okay, and how did you know about that?
I was the one doing it, so I was clean.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear
I
you.
was the person that went in the bathroom and saw that it wasn't clean.
Okay, so she had gotten in trouble for that?
Yeah.
Okay, has she been in trouble with school?
No,
What was the punishment for Savannah when she didn't clean the bathroom that morning?
that morning was around that time.
Okay. And so she had been disciplined that morning.
Yes,
And when she texted you, when did the texting conversation turn to a phone call?
she got quiet via the text,
Okay.
and then the phone call came, when we came, she was hysterically screaming and crying.
Okay. And when you got that phone call, what's the next thing that you did?
I asked her what was wrong,
Okay.
and I kept telling her to calm down, what's wrong, is somebody messing with you, probably what's wrong. She couldn't flip the question.
Okay, when she was calling you hysterical in this way, did she tell you where she was when she was calling?
No,
Okay, but you knew she was in school?
yeah,
Okay. What happened after that?
I asked her what was wrong, she just said crying, I couldn't understand if she was crying so hard, and then she said that James had been raping.
And did Savannah tell you whether she had contacted anyone at school about this?
I don't know what was going on in school, I don't.
Okay.
I don't know if she talked to somebody in school, I don't.
Okay, did anyone from the school or administration or teacher ever call you?
No, I called the school.
You called the school? Did you call the school that morning?
I called the school, so they go get my shot.
Okay, did you I'm sorry, I said.
I told them to go get my child, something is wrong with her. I didn't tell them what was wrong, I said, go get my child, something is wrong, she was calling me seriously.
Did you inform the school about what the allegations were?
No, I did not.
And did you, did you go pick Savannah up right after that?
No, I didn't pick her up right away, I made a phone call.
Okay, who did you call?
I called my daughters, because I couldn't get to her as fast as I need to, and I knew they were closer than I was.
Who is the daughter?
So I sent Brianna.
Okay.
I called Brianna and I called my daughter Ray. I said, get to her and get to her now.
How old was Brianna at this time?
I'm not sure Brianna.
Okay, so she was at least 18 years old.
Yeah, she's in her 20s.
Okay, and Raven as well would have been in her 20s, 30s, okay, thank you. And are they, who is the one, to your knowledge, if you know, who picked Savannah up from school that day?
Brianna, we everybody.
Okay, so Brianna picked up Savannah from school, from what
She
you
didn't pick
were.
her up. She didn't pick her up. She got to school, and as she got to school, and she started to walk in, I did.
I see, so you arrived together.
Yeah.
Okay. And, what did you do once did you pick Savannah up from school that day?
No, I ran to school, and as soon as I ran to school, they immediately stopped me and snatched me into the office.
Okay, so they stopped you before coming into the school, pulled you into the office?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Because she had already, I guess, informed somebody what was going on.
Okay.
So they were aware. They were pulling me in to talk to me, to calm me down.
Okay.
To make sure that I was okay before I saw her.
Okay.
And they were talking to me and explaining to me that, she's okay. Whoever she confided in, I don't know who it was. Later on, I found out it was her teacher, Mrs. Cat.
I'm sorry, would you repeat that for me?
They were calming me down to make sure I was okay before I saw her. And I guess the teacher she informed was her teacher named Miss Cat. That's who she told what was going on. So Miss Cat told the office, so the office was aware that I was coming because I also called. Because I didn't tell them why I was coming. I just said, get my child. They had me in the office talking to me. They really wouldn't tell me where she was at that time. So I didn't know where she was in the school.
Okay. And how long were you at the school?
I had to be there for about maybe 35 to 40 minutes.
Okay. And when you were at the school for those 35 to 40 minutes, were you and Savannah together?
No.
Okay. Do Dominique and Savannah go to the same school at this time?
No.
Okay, what is the school that Savannah was at?
David Ellis Academy.
Okay. Did Savannah and Dominique go to different schools for their different grades?
Different schools for different grades.
Okay. How long before you took Savannah out of school?
It had been after about 30 minutes to 40 minutes.
Where did you go next?
We went straight to the hospital.
Okay. Did you also pick up Dominique?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you send anyone to pick up Dominique, or did you have any of your daughters text her or communicate?
Yes, I had my daughters go get them out of school.
Okay, so who was the daughter who picked Dominique up? If you remember.
I want to say it was Brianna.
Okay. So the same day that Savannah makes a report, you sent your oldest or second oldest daughter, Brianna, to go get Dominique and pick her up.
To pick up all of the kids.
All the kids?
Yes.
Okay, so you pulled all of them out?
Yeah.
And I'm going to switch and I'm going to start talking about Dominique, okay? When did you first ask Dominique if something had happened?
The day after Dominique, well, no, let me correct it. The day after I found out about Savannah, I was taking them to school. They wanted to go to school. I got everybody in the car and I started talking to them and I was asking, I said, I'm going to ask you guys something. I really don't want to scare you guys, but I need to find out. And I said, James tell me at the time, I said, have you ever done anything or said anything inappropriate to any of you guys in any type of way, shape, or form? And Dominique was sitting behind me. She wasn't talking. She wouldn't say anything. My daughter Shelby started rambling off and saying things that he was doing. And when I wasn't there, my son was saying things that he wasn't doing. He was there, but Dominique would not talk. She wouldn't say anything. She just sat there quiet and didn't say a word.
So I want to clarify a few things with you, okay?
Yes.
Who all is in the car at
It's
this
Blake, Dominique, and Shelby.
and you.
and me.
Who's in the front driver's seat?
I'm driving,
And who's in the front passenger?
nobody,
Okay. Is Savannah in the car?
no,
Okay. And you said Dominique is right behind you.
Dominique behind me,
And so you noticed Dominique is not saying a word. Okay. So when did she make a disclosure to you? How did you respond to her being quiet?
after I talked to him, I said, if there's, as I'm talking to him, I said, if there's anything that has happened to you or anything that's done inappropriate or anything that was said to you inappropriate, I was like, please, tell somebody. I don't care who you tell. If you feel you can't tell me, don't tell me. If you feel you need to text it to me, text it to me. Tell someone.
Okay.
So that was it. Dropped him off to school.
So Dominique did not disclose.
Dominique did not talk
Okay. And this conversation happened in the car.
in the car.
And it was the day after Savannah had told you something.
Yes.
And did you come to learn that Dominique had talked to somebody?
Yes.
Who, if you know, who did Dominique talk to?
She texted my daughter Raven
Your oldest daughter.
and told Raven she needed to tell her something.
Okay. And were you present when she told this to Raven?
No, I was not.
Were you present when Dominique and Raven talked?
No, I was not.
Okay. Did Raven come to you and tell you that Dominique had made a disclosure?
Yeah, no, she didn't want to. She called me.
Raven called you on the phone?
Yeah.
Okay, what day was that?
The day after Savannah before.
Okay. And did you talk to Mr. Tillman's sisters, your sisters-in-law, about these allegations?
Yes, I did.
And did you tell Mr. Tillman's sisters, your sisters-in-law, that you didn't know what to do?
No, I told her that it's hard to believe that he would do something like this. Wasn't, I didn't know what to do.
And is it fair to say that if you had suspected any wrongdoing prior to your daughter's disclosure, you would have removed Mr. Tillman immediately?
I would have never been.
So also fair to say you never suspected any abuse prior to your daughter's disclosure? After the girls made these allegations, did Savannah stay in your home that week?
She came home maybe 2 or 3 days later.
Okay, where did she stay after she had made this initial?
She stayed at my daughter's house.
Which daughter?
Brianna.
She stayed at Brianna's house?
Yeah.
Okay. Did Mr. Tillman stay at your house during those first few days?
No, he didn't stay there at all.
Okay, so Savannah was not staying at your house during those?
No, she was not.
So she went to stay with her older sister?
Yes, I left her there for a couple.
When is the last time that you talked to a police officer or a detective about this case?
I believe he called me and told me they picked him up.
Okay, when was that? If you remember? November 2020, like November last month?
December.
December this month?
Yes, this month.
Okay. And had you called the police office prior to Mr. Tillman being picked up in December?
No, I called the prosecutor's office.
Okay, when did you call the prosecutor's office? Yeah.
Remember, it's like I called maybe every so many amount of days or every so many amount of weeks to try to find out who was upstate.
Okay. So you've been calling every couple of days for months?
Actually, for since 2000.
Okay. And did you speak or did you call the prosecutor's office in November after Thanksgiving?
I'm just answering the relevance of the question.
Can I approach?
This way.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, we are back on the record. The court is going to, after the sidebar, sustain that objection.
Ms. Tillman, did you, or your girls or any of your children go into family therapy or therapy or counseling after this incident?
Yes, it was there.
Okay, what was that the school or some other program?
It was the kids.
Okay. I don't have any more questions for this witness. Thank you.
Can you redirect?
Just a couple questions, Your Honor. You indicated, Ms. Tillman, that you took, was it Savannah to a hospital?
Yeah.
Okay, and do you recall the name of that hospital?
What is it, Beaumont in Farmington Hill, on Grand River, West, like Grand River?
And do you recall the month and year when you took her?
Whatever day it was that she reported that day. I can't say the exact day.
Was it in the year 2021 or 2022?
Yes, 2021.
And then how soon after the disclosure did you call the police?
Actually, it was called the hospital.
To the hospital. Did you call the police or to the hospital?
The hospital.
And how soon after you were made aware of these allegations did Mr. Tillman leave the house?
He never came back around.
So he left the same day?
Same day.
And was that you telling him to leave or he left on his own?
Actually, I went to his parents' house, so his parents did not come back.
No further questions, Judge.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step.
Your Honor, the people calling this Savannah House.
This is the line.
Yes.
Tell me the name.
Sorry.
Good afternoon. Come all the way up. Give her your name and spell it for her, please.
Judge, I did give the spelling to.
Oh, you did? Okay. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat. The witness box right next to me. Keep your voice up nice and loud. Speak to that microphone that's to your left. Take it off. And just so you know, I'm not showing your image on video or anything, okay?
Thank you, Judge.
Maybe give me your break.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Can you state your name one more time for the record? And do you ever remember living at a 17374 North Lawn Street in the city of Detroit, County 20?
Yes.
Okay. And when do you remember moving into that house?
November 28, 2017.
Okay. Do you know roughly how old you would have been around that time?
Like 9 or 8.
Okay. And who moved into that house with you at that time?
It was me, my siblings.
Okay. And who were your siblings?
Way down.
Okay. And how many bedrooms were there in the house? Do you remember? Okay. Did you have your own bedroom or did you have to share with somebody else?
I share with my two sisters.
Two sisters. Who did you share with?
Shelby, Dominique.
Okay. And I skipped a step. I'm going to ask you a random question. Okay. You know the difference between the truth and a lie, right? So if I told you it's raining in this courtroom right now, is that a truth or a lie? So you understand the importance of telling the truth, right? Okay. Do you know someone named James Tillman? How do you know him?
He was my mother's husband.
Please speak to that microphone.
He was my mother's husband.
You pull it down. It's not a mistake.
Do you want to hold it, Judge?
That's fine.
And I'm sorry, can you repeat your answer? How do you know James Tillman?
He was my mother's son.
Okay. And what did you refer to him as? What did you call him?
My stepfather.
Okay. And when you're talking to him, did you call him stepdad or did you call him James?
Sometimes I would call him stepdad or James.
Okay. And do you remember him moving in with you guys when you moved to that North Lawn Street address?
Yes.
Okay. And where did he sleep?
In my mother's bedroom.
Okay. How far away was your mother's bedroom from your bedroom?
She was right next door to us.
And was this a single level house or were there multiple floors?
It was multiple floors.
Multiple floors? Okay. Was there a basement?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm assuming first floor and then upstairs?
Yeah.
Okay. And where were the bedrooms at? What floor?
They were on the top floor.
Top floor. And do you see anyone in the courtroom that you recognize as James Tillman? I need you to say out loud if you do or do not see anything.
Yes.
Okay, and what is that person wearing right now? Okay, and what area is that person sitting? You can point. Did I ask for in-court identification of Mr. James Tillman?
So noted.
Now, Savannah, I want to draw your attention to that address. Did anything ever happen at that address between Mr. Tillman and you while you were living there? You need tissue? May I approach, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Okay, Savannah, one more time. Did something happen that's making you emotional today while you were living at that address between Mr. Tillman and you?
Yes.
Okay, what happened?
He was touching me.
Okay, so let's start with your first memory that you have of him touching you, okay? Do you remember approximately how old you were at that time?
I was 6.
Say that again?
6.
Okay, so you moved into that North Lawn address when you were about 8 or 9, is that right? Okay, so let's focus on those ages, so from 8 and up. Do you remember anything happening to you between Mr. Tillman and you at that age?
Yes.
Okay, and you indicated a touch, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and can you describe what kind of touch you're talking?
He would like touch my body or make stuff with me.
Okay, so let's talk about touching the body, okay? When you say touching your body, what part of your body are you talking about?
My dress.
In your breast, okay. And did that occur inside that house at that time? When all this was happening, did it happen inside the house?
Yes.
Okay, what area of the house did it happen in?
Their room.
Okay, when you say they, who's on?
My mother in his room.
Okay, so how did you come about going into that room when it happened?
She would tell me to come in there or I'll be in here with my siblings playing.
So let's talk about your first memory of something happening in the room, okay, their room. What do you remember, if anything, him saying to you to go into the room?
He'll like flash the light in my room when my siblings will be asleep. I'll go in there.
And when you say go in there, tell me about the room. What's in that room?
Their bed, their clothes, their things they got.
So what do you remember happening the first time in his situation happened where you went to the room? Sure. So your first memory in this house of something happening with Mr. Tillman and you, was it in the bedroom that they stayed in when your mom and your stepdad?
Yeah.
Okay. Your first recollection, your first memory of something happening, what happened in that room?
He he made me take my clothes off and he like kissing me and stuff.
Okay. When you say he made you take your clothes off, how did he do that? Did he say something to you, or did he touch you to take your clothes off, or what happened?
He would tell me to.
Okay. And when you went into that room, your first memory, do you remember what you were wearing at all? Okay. And do you remember what time of day it was? Was it light out, dark out, night, morning, or something else? Nighttime. Okay. And when you were in your room, you shared with your two sisters, correct?
Yes.
And were they asleep at this time, as far as you can remember?
Yeah.
Okay, so Mr. Tillman gets your attention, you go into the room, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, and at some point, he tells you to take off your clothes?
Yes.
Okay, what articles of clothing did you take off? Everything or just some things?
Everything.
So were you completely naked?
Yes.
Okay, and did Mr. Tillman have clothes on at that time?
Yes, everything was off.
Okay, and were the lights on or off at that time?
They were off.
They were off, okay. And when you take your clothes off, are you standing up or sitting down or something else?
I was in.
Okay, and then once you take your clothes off, what if anything
I got in bed, I laid down.
Okay, why did you do that?
Because she told me to.
And when you lay down, are you laying on your stomach, your back, or something else?
My back.
Okay, and what happened next?
Then he gets on top of me and we start.
Okay, so you remember talking to me in the room, and sort of the witness room, and we talked about the difference between inside versus outside, right? And I talked about a tissue box, right? So if there's a tissue box, and you're familiar with it, right here, remember what that tissue box looks like, right? You have the outside and then you have the inside. Inside means anything beyond that clear plastic. Remember having that conversation with me?
Yes.
So when you're in the room and he gets, you indicated on top of you, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, what part of him, is he facing you?
Yes.
Okay, and you indicated he did what?
He was going back and forth.
With what?
Okay.
And you refer to that, what is the penis? What do you know that as? Is that his private area?
Yeah.
Okay. And when he's rubbing, is it anything going inside or is it all staying outside?
Talking outside.
Okay. And how long did that last?
For about 5 minutes.
Okay. But were you moving or was he moving at all or were you both standing still?
He was back and forth.
Was he saying anything to you at the time?
No.
Okay. And what made it stop?
Like.
If you don't remember, if you don't remember, you say that, okay? I don't want you making up what happened if you don't remember. Do you remember what made it stop?
Can't think of it.
Okay. So what happened after it stopped?
I went in the bathroom, I washed it, and I come back on and I went back in my room.
Okay, when you say washed up, what part of you did you wash up?
My Virginia area, I got a shower.
Okay, and did you do that on your own or did something make you do that?
He told me to.
Okay, do you remember exactly what he said?
He told me to go in the bathroom and do myself.
So aside from that incident, did anything else happen in that, at that location between Mr. Tillman and you?
No.
Do you remember talking to me in the room next door? Do you remember, and Judge, this is a minor witness, I guess, for a little bit related questions.
I strike that because this is a minor witness. So minor witnesses are more susceptible to I object to that because this is a minor witness. We're more susceptible to questions.
That's a legal argument, no judge. Okay, so as far as, remember talking to me next door? Yeah, do you remember talking about a couple other incidents that happened? Okay, were you telling the truth at that time when you were talking to me?
Yeah.
Do you remember what those incidents were that you were talking about? Do you remember anything else happening with Mr. Tillman's penis?
Yes.
Okay, what do you remember happening?
When I was taking it, his brain came out.
Okay, let's talk about that. So when you say sucking it, what are you talking about?
Taking his feet.
Okay, and what do you suck with? What part of your body?
My mouth.
Okay, and where did this happen?
His arms.
Okay, and what led up to that? How did you get into the room?
He told me to go in here.
So where were you at when he told you to come up in the room?
I was in my room.
Okay, do you remember being with your siblings in the room or was it just you in the room by yourself?
Being on my.
Okay, and what time of day was it, you remember?
Like in the afternoon.
Okay, was it still light out or was it dark out?
It was loud.
So did you go into the room?
Yes.
Okay, what happens when you go, and which room are you talking about?
Their room, my room.
So what happens when you go into the room?
He tells me to like get on the bed.
Okay, so when, do you get on the bed? Okay, when you get on the bed, are you standing, sitting, or laying down?
Sitting.
Okay, and what happens next?
And he puts his pants on.
So what, do you remember what the kind of clothing he was wearing at the time?
No.
Okay, but did he have some sort of shorts or pants on that you can remember?
Some blue and black pants.
Okay, so the blue and black pants, you indicated at some point they changed or they moved from his body?
Yeah, he took them off.
Okay, now when you say take them off, completely off or just drop them down to the ankles?
He took them completely off.
And then what happened, what did you see at that point? Okay, did you make any observations? Does his penis look a certain kind of way or anything like that?
No.
Okay, and what, if anything, happened?
I was like,
And how did that happen? Did he tell you to do it? Did you do it on your own or something else?
he told me.
And when this is happening, did his penis actually go inside your mouth and past your lips? Or did it stay outside of your lips?
He was doing that.
And was he making any kind of motion or was he standing still?
Yes, he was making motion back and forth.
Back and forth, okay. And how are you feeling at it?
I don't really feel too much.
Say it again, sorry.
I don't really feel too much of anything.
Okay, and how long did that last?
For about 5 minutes.
Do you remember what made it stop, if anything?
Yeah, he like Jackie.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Like sperm came out of it.
So when the sperm came out, where, if anywhere, did it go? And what did you do?
I spit it out.
Do you remember Mr. Tillman saying anything to you while all this was happening?
No.
How many times did this type of situation happen? Just one time or more than that?
More than one.
Okay. How many times would you say?
Probably more than 5 times.
And those 5 times were at that address on Northland Street?
Yes.
And did sperm come out every time or no?
No.
And did you ever tell anybody about what happened at that time?
No.
And again, how old were you when it first started, when we first talked about the touching? Yes.
No.
And going back, you indicated that he touched other parts of your body. Is that fair to say at the beginning, that's what you said?
Yes.
What parts of his body did he touch besides your vaginal area?
My breast.
Let's talk about that, touching on your breast. How did that happen?
Like, I take everything off.
Okay, let me ask you this. Those, what you just testified to as far as sucking dick and him laying on top of you rubbing, was the kissing at the same time or a different time than that?
It was at a different time.
Different, okay. And during those times with the kissing, were you wearing clothes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Was he wearing clothes?
Yes.
Okay. Now, silly question. The kissing, was it just mouth closed or mouth open?
Mouth closed.
Okay. Was he saying anything to you at that time?
No.
Okay. And how many times did the kissing happen? Did you even remember? Okay. And do you remember who you told first about this happening to?
My teacher.
Okay. And did something happen at school that prompted you to say, hey, I gotta say something to somebody? Or did you just feel like that was the time to do it?
Yeah, I felt like I had to say something.
Was there, did you ever get in trouble around the time that you made that disclosure to your teacher, whether at home or at school?
Yes, at home.
At home. Do you remember what you got in trouble for?
No.
Okay. And do you remember any kind of punishment for getting in trouble at home?
No.
Okay. And what you're saying today is the truth, right?
Yes.
Okay. And nobody has told you what to say, is that fair?
Yes.
No further questions.
Cross-examine.
Thank you, Judge.
Hi, my name is Emily Elijah. You can call me Emily or Miss Elijah. What do you want me to call you today? Today. Today. Okay.
Well, Sam, when's your birthday?
March 24th, 2008.
Right. Who do you live with right now?
My mother.
Your mother, do you live with anybody else right now?
My siblings too.
Okay, who are your siblings?
Blake,
Okay, do you live with, Brianna and Raven anymore?
No.
Okay. Do you go to school right now?
Yes.
Do you go to school online or do you go to school virtually? Or something else?
I go in person.
You go in person? All right. And when all this came out in 2022, who did you live with?
I live with my mom, my siblings, Alicia, and Dominique. Yeah.
And James and who?
I said James did not.
And James was in the house. Thank you. And who was there any other young people who lived in the house? Any, like your older sisters, Hannah, Brianna, or Raven?
No.
Okay. What about when you moved into the North Lawn house? Did Hannah, Brianna, or Raven live there when you, were 8 or 9?
Yes.
Okay. Did anyone else, live in that house when you were 8 or 9? Any of their boyfriends?
No.
No? Okay. What about your little sister Paris? Did Paris ever live with you at that North Lawn address?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Who is Paris to you?
She was a little sister to me.
Okay. What about Lawrence? Who is Lawrence to you?
Paris' brother.
Paris's brother? And when did Paris and Lawrence start living with you?
I can't remember.
Okay. How old do you think you were when they started living with you?
About 12 or 13.
Okay. And right before Paris and Lawrence moved in, did you talk to anyone from CPS?
No.
Okay. Do you know what CPS is?
No, child protective services.
Okay. And had you talked to them before this case, before you talked to your mom about this case?
No.
Okay. Had you talked to them afterwards?
No.
Okay. To what you know, did CPS ever come to your house on North Lawn?
No, if so, I can't remember.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
No, if so, I can't remember.
Okay, fair enough. What did you think of Paris and Lawrence coming to live with you?
I have. Yeah.
Okay, did you have to share a room with Paris?
No.
Okay. Did James treat Paris or Lawrence differently than he treated you and your siblings?
No.
No? Okay. Did your mom treat anyone differently?
No. No. Did you treat anybody differently?
Okay. How did you get along with your siblings?
Say my stepsister.
Yeah.
Just regular, my real siblings.
Regular? Okay. So you've talked already about this address on North Lawn, all right? So I'm gonna ask you some questions about that as well. Is it a very big house?
Not very big, but it was big.
Okay. And was there a daycare happening in your house as well?
Yes.
Okay, how many days a week was that daycare happening?
Monday through Friday.
All right. Did they happen on the weekends too?
No.
All right. Where was the daycare room in the house?
It was like in the basement.
Okay. And how many parents or adults were in your house usually? How many grown-ups?
2.
Okay. Now tell me, I know Dominique is your sister. Okay, tell me about your relationship with Dominique.
They're close.
You're close? Are you guys friends as well as sisters?
Yes.
Okay. Did you think that Dominique is your best friend or something else?
I think she's just my sister.
You think she's just your sister? Okay. And you shared a room with Dominique, right?
Yes.
How long have you shared a room with Dominique?
Like all my life.
Okay. Thank you so much for answering my questions. What about your sister Raven? How old is she?
She's only 32. Okay, and what's your relationship with Raven?
My sister.
Okay. Is Raven also someone you trust?
Yes.
Okay, what about Brianna?
Yes.
Okay, same thing? Okay. What did your mom, so I'm gonna switch topics, okay? What did your mom do for work in 2022? Do you know?
I can't remember, but I'm pretty sure it was like a daycare.
Okay. How often was your mom home?
She was home pretty often.
Alrighty. And do you remember what James does for work or what he did for work when you guys lived at the North Lawn address?
No.
Okay. So the first person you talked to about this was your teacher, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, what is your teacher's name?
Miss McDonald.
Ms. McDonald, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, and what happened when you talked to Ms. McDonald?
We were just talking about things that happened in life and we kind of slipped.
Okay. What kind of things were you talking about?
Like things that happened to us.
Like what kind of things?
Like things in life or like, we'll talk about like things we do or.
Okay, and where were you when you talked to Ms. McDonald?
I was in her classroom.
Okay, was it, anybody else there?
No.
Okay, but it was, what time of day was it? Do you remember?
It was the morning time.
Okay, it was the morning time? And what did she say when she told her?
She said she had to go tell somebody.
Oh, okay, and what did you do after that?
I called my mom and I told her.
Okay. And why did you tell Ms. McDonald right then?
I believe I was crying about something and I said it.
So you were crying about something else? And then you said it, or were you crying about, what were you crying about?
I was crying about, I can't remember what I was crying about, but I was crying about something and I thought of it and I just told her.
Okay, and what, do you remember what the words you used were?
No.
And what did she do after you had talked to her?
She went down to the office and she told them and I believe she called my mom.
Okay, and how do you know that? What makes you think that?
That she called my mom.
Mm-hmm.
Because she said she had to go tell the office. Yeah.
Okay. And had anything happened in school that day?
No, I believe I left early.
You left early. Okay. So you were seeing her in person then, so that was March 2022, is that right? You don't know, that's okay.
No, I don't remember. Like when I thought.
Okay. And this is right, tail end of the pandemic. Were you doing most of your school in person or most of your school online? Or something else?
I was in person.
You were in person at the time. Okay. Had you been doing virtual school at all, or did you?
Yes, I have.
You have been. Okay. And when you talked to your mom, what did your mom say to you?
She took me to the hospital. She asked me why I didn't tell her.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
She asked me why I didn't tell her.
Okay, what did you say?
I told her I was scared I would get in trouble.
Okay. Did you ever tell any of your friends about this?
No.
Okay, did you ever tell, who was your best friend at the time?
I didn't have a best friend at the time.
Okay. Did you ever tell your friend Marcus?
Oh, yes.
Okay, who is Marcus to you?
He's my ex.
He's your ex? Okay. Is Marcus someone that you know in person, or is Marcus someone you know from online?
In person.
In person, does you and Marcus go to school together?
Not anymore.
Okay. How did you meet Marcus?
Sustained.
And when you told Marcus, how did you tell I told him on the phone.
Okay, and when was that?
It was sometime in January 2022.
Okay, before you told your teacher?
Yes.
Okay. And what did Marcus tell you, or what had happened after you told Marcus?
He told me to tell somebody.
Okay. James is your, I want to switch up topics again, okay? James is your stepdad, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. When did you first meet James?
That was 15.
2015, okay. And how quickly after meeting James did you guys all live in the same house?
Like, probably like a few months later.
A few months later? And what did you think, or how was your mom's relationship with James that you knew?
They're married.
Okay. And what was your relationship with James like?
I don't know, I could tell him stuff though.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said, I don't know, I just could tell him stuff.
You could tell him stuff, okay. Did you and James argue?
No.
Okay. Was James or was your mom in charge of making rules?
Yes.
Okay, tell me more about that.
Words and stuff. Words
and stuff, and so who made those rules usually?
I feel like my mother.
Your mother? Okay. And when you did, or if you ever got in trouble, who did you usually have to answer to?
My mother.
And did you get along with your mom?
Yes.
Okay. Did you get along with your mom when you lived at the North Lawn address?
Yes.
And did you and your mom ever argue?
No.
Okay. Did you ever see James and your mom fighting when you lived at the North Lawn address?
Yes.
Okay. How often were they fighting?
Not very often.
Okay. What do you think they fought about?
Objection, relevance.
I think again, this is it's for the effect on the listener as a child in this household, and that is date back to a long time ago. So I'm examining this and asking the child about her feelings about the relationship between her parents.
You can ask that.
That's what I am asking. What was the question that I asked? What did you think they were fighting about?
You can ask what her feelings or whatever they are towards the defendant, but you don't need to get specific about this fighting. I don't even know if she was there, present, or anything like that.
Okay, okay.
Refers.
Did you ever see James and your mom fighting?
No.
Did you ever think that your mom and James were going to break up? After this allegation, okay, so after you talked to your mom, you went to the doctor, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you do anything else that day?
No.
Okay. Did you talk to your sister Raven about what happened?
Yes.
Okay. When did you talk to Raven?
I talked to her like during the daytime when she picked me up from school.
That same day?
Yes.
Okay. Who picked you up from school?
Raven did. She was there like in the office. But she like met somewhere and like she took me to the hospital.
Okay. But you did talk to Raven that day as well?
Yes.
Okay. Did you talk to Dominique about it?
No.
Okay. What about that night?
No.
After you talked to your mom about this, did you go back to the North Lawn address after the doctor?
I believe so, but I was over my sister's house.
You were at your sister's house? Okay. Did you take any days off of school after this, after you talked to your mom about it?
I can't remember.
Okay. So, I have just a few more questions for you, so thank you for being here today. Did you see, or have you talked to a counselor at school about this, since it's all come out?
I have a counselor, but I haven't talked to nobody at school about it.
Okay. Is your counselor like a therapist, like a guidance counselor?
Yes,
Okay, is that through school or something else?
do something else.
Through something else, okay. Do you know what that something else is?
I'll go to her like once in a while when I have to.
Okay. Have you talked to your mom about it again?
No, not really.
Okay. How about any of your other family members?
No.
Did you ever talk to anyone, actually, strike that. When, did you first learn, that Dominique is also saying something?
Yeah, what?
When did you first learn that Dominique also said something?
Probably like be my pastor.
Okay, how did you learn that?
She told me something, but I can't remember.
Okay, where were you guys when you talked about it?
We were in our room.
Okay, was it, what time of day was it?
I can't remember what I
And who did you come to court here with today?
My mother and my two sisters.
Okay, who are your two sisters?
And
How did you get here?
my mother drove.
Okay. And did you and Dominique come in the same car?
Yes.
Okay. And what are you gonna do after you leave here today?
Go home. Probably like go to sleep.
All right. Well, I hope you have a really nice weekend. I don't have any more questions for you, okay?
Just two questions, Your Honor. Savannah, the incidents that you talked to me about and you told the court about, at that time, was your mom home when these things happened?
No, she's nowhere.
Okay. And as far as what you said today, did anybody tell you what to say today?
No.
Okay, so what you're saying is the truth?
Yes.
No further questions.
Thank you. You may step down.
My last witness is Ms. Dominique Howard.
Right. Please step forward, give your name and spelling of your name to the young lady waving at you right there.
No, I gave the spelling already.
Oh, okay. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please have a seat. The witness box next to me. And do a good look at that shirt. I like that. Speak directly to that microphone that's to your left, okay?
Did man help adjust my thing?
Yes. Maybe give me your ready.
Thank you, Judge. Dominique, can you say your full name one more time for the record?
Dominique Leon.
Okay. And Dominique, what's your mom's name?
Sabrina.
Sabrina, okay. And do you know someone named James Edward Tillman?
Yes.
Okay. How do you know a James Edward Tillman?
He was married to my mom.
Okay. Do you know approximately when they got married? How old you were?
No.
Okay. And how old are you today?
18.
Say it one more time.
18.
18. And I'm gonna have you turn your chair kind of facing me for a second. I want you to look around the courtroom and see if you recognize anyone that you know as James Tillman. Okay, I want you to, can you stand up for a second? I want you to look around the entire courtroom. Do you see anyone in James Tillman here? And can you point to the direction he's at? And what color is he wearing? Say it one more time. Green. You're not asked for in court identification.
So no.
Tell me, what school do you go to?
Western High School.
Okay. And do you know what an IEP is?
Yes.
Okay. And is that something that gives you an opportunity to have a different type of learning at school?
Yes.
Okay. And how long have you had that for? Your whole time in school?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And do you remember living at a 17374 North Lawn Street in the city of Detroit? Okay. And how old were you when you moved there, if you can remember? Okay, that's it. And who moved into that house with you when you moved there?
Can you say it again?
Who was living at that house? Who came with you to that house?
Mama, who chose my two sisters.
Okay. So it's Mr. Tillman, James, your mom, and your siblings, right? One of those siblings is Savannah?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you sleep in the house?
Upstairs in my room.
Okay. Did you have a room to yourself or did you have to share it with someone?
Share it.
Okay. Who'd you share with?
My two sisters.
And what are their names?
Savannah and Shelby.
Okay. All right. And do you remember talking to me in the room next door, the witness room?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember me saying today is important that you tell the truth, right?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So I want to talk about that address on North Lawn and Mr. Tillman, okay? Did anything ever happen in that house that made you uncomfortable with Mr. Tillman? Or what you would call something inappropriate happening between you and Mr. Tillman?
When he did his private side.
Dominic, can you do me a huge favor? Are you comfortable taking your mask off? Do you mind doing that for me, please? I'm sorry. Thank you. I have a hard time hearing out here, so you're helping out. So you remember something happening in the house that brings you here today, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And what part of the house does this thing that you're talking about have it in?
In the basement in the furniture.
Okay. Now tell me about this basement. What does it look like? Is it one giant room or is it divided into different rooms?
So it's a room right here. Furniture, daycare, laundry room.
Okay. And Your Honor, for the record, the witness is motioning with her arms divided into different rooms. So in the basement, we have these different areas. What area are you talking about that this happened?
Furnace.
Okay. Tell me about the furnace room. What does it look like? What's in there?
It's a couple of items.
Okay. Is there anything else? When we say items, what are you talking about?
Like, so my potato. It's like,
Okay, I got you. Is there a door to that furnace room?
yes,
Okay. And do you remember going into that basement regarding the incident you're talking about?
yes.
How'd you end up in that basement? How'd you get there?
But he told me to come downstairs.
Okay. And when you say he, who are you talking about?
James.
Okay. And where, if you can remember, where were you at when he told you to go downstairs?
I was in my room. Which goes back, so he told me, come downstairs.
Okay. And do you remember what time of day this was? Was it light out or dark out?
Afternoon.
Afternoon. Okay. Who was home at that time? If you can remember?
My siblings.
Okay. Where were they at?
In their room.
And do they have doors to their bedrooms?
Yes.
Are those doors open or shut?
Closed.
Okay. And did you ultimately go into the basement? Did you go into the basement at all?
Yes.
Okay. And who went first, Mr. Tillman or you?
So,
And when you went into that basement, was your mom home?
no.
Okay. And what happened when you got into the basement? Where did you go? What part of that basement?
In the furnace room.
Okay. And when you got into the furnace room, what do you remember, if anything, happened?
One of the basement, in the furnace room. He told me to close the door, close the door. He told me to address myself, he addresses, so. That's when that's me to lay down. He gets the pink blanket covered up, the window, cover the window up.
Okay, let me stop you there for just 1 second. Is this furnace room big or little or medium size?
Medium.
Medium size. Okay, so at some point you say you lay down?
Yes.
Okay, is there enough room around you where you're comfortable laying down, or is it a tight space that you're laying down in?
Tight space.
Okay, and you talked about a blanket, is that right?
Yes.
Where did he get this blanket from, if you can remember?
He got it out of
The tote. Okay, so there's a tote in that room too?
No.
I'm sorry, where was that tote at?
It's downstairs. It's
Oh.
downstairs.
So did you see him go to this tote?
No.
Okay, but at some point he comes back with a blanket, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, and what window are you talking about? Where is that window at?
The window is right there.
Okay, so this is in the basement, right?
Yes.
Okay, and just for the record, your witness pointed up, above, would that window be above your head?
Yes.
Okay, so where does that, I'm sorry, straight back. So after he returns and covers that window, what does he do?
That's when he to lay down. He gets his body on top of me, and soon he's kissing me on my body, and as soon he gets to, I crave it, and this is my fault.
Okay, so when you lay down, what's the floor like? What kind of surface are you laying on?
Blanket.
Blanket, okay, was that blanket already there?
Yes.
Okay, and you indicated before that your clothes were off?
Yes.
Okay, and do you remember him saying anything to you to get you to take your clothes off, or did you take them off on your own?
He told me to take them off.
Okay, and did you also indicate something about Mr. Tillman's clothes?
He took his clothes off.
Okay, was he completely naked at that time?
Yes.
Okay, or were you completely naked at that time?
Yes.
Okay, and you said you got on the floor?
Yes.
Okay, how were you laying down, on your back, on your stomach, or something else? On your back. Okay. And do you remember Mr. Tillman saying anything to you?
Excuse me, sorry. But he took me later, he says, no, no, he kisses me first, then he kisses me down. That one, here.
Okay, so when he's kissing you, is he kissing you on one part of your body or different parts of your body?
Different.
Okay, and where on your body did you feel that?
My chest, my chest. My legs, and then that's what my ear.
Now, when you say area, is that the word you use for your private area?
Vagina.
Vagina, okay. So at some point, his face is where, near your vagina?
Between my legs.
Okay, and you remember talking to me in the witness room next door?
Yes.
And we talked about the difference between outside versus inside, right? And in terms of your body, outside versus inside vagina, right? Okay, what part of his mouth touched your body?
His lips.
Okay, his lips. Did any other part of his lips or his lips?
His lips and his tongue.
Okay, and was his tongue and lips inside or outside of your vaginal?
Outside.
Okay, at any point in time, and remember that tissue box example we talked about? Okay, was his tongue outside or inside that tissue box?
Out.
Okay, at any point in time, did anything go in?
His penis.
Was that the same time or a different time?
Different.
Okay, so let's stick with the first time with his mouth, okay? How long did that last? Okay, and was his mouth just staying still or was it moving? Okay, and when I say mouth, was his lips and tongue moving or one or the other?
His tongue.
Okay, and how were you feeling at that time?
Scared.
Can I ask you why you were scared?
Because I feel like what do you mean by?
Okay, so you said you were scared while this was happening?
Yes.
Okay, was there a reason why you were scared or you were just generally scared?
I was scared because was going to catch us eventually. And she
And did Mr. Tillman say anything to you either before, during, or after he had his mouth in the private area?
He said, he didn't feel good.
And did he say anything else?
He said, don't tell nobody.
And you indicated another incident happened on a different day, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, was that still at the North Lawn Street address? And were you still between the ages of 13 and less than 16 years old? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. So where did this other incident take place in the house?
The first time he came home, I was excited. Came home from school, I was excited or whatever, that's good. Came into his room and he was like, why you so happy? I was like, because something, I don't remember, I was excited. That's when he was like, I'm gonna teach you how to kiss. He taught me how to kiss.
When you say he taught you, what did he do?
He put his lips on.
Okay. And at that time, was his mouth open or closed?
Closed.
Okay. And what happened next?
And that's when he was like, you know how to tongue kiss? I was like, no.
Do you know how to what, I'm sorry?
Tongue kiss.
Tongue kiss, okay. And then what happened next?
That's when he was teaching me.
Okay. So how long did that last, the kissing lesson? If you remember.
Second.
A second?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember what made it stop?
He just stopped himself.
Okay. And after the kissing, did anything else happen?
No.
Okay. Did anything else happen in the house involving Mr. Tillman and your body?
Yes.
Okay, what happened?
This was afternoon. It was afternoon, everybody in his house played around. That's when that's when I moved in the house by myself with him. That's when that's when we in the kitchen, and it's like in the other room, in the kitchen. It's like a white chair right there. He gets undressed, I get undressed, the blinds are closed.
Why did you get undressed?
He told me.
Okay. And when you say undressed, fully naked, or did you have something else? Okay, I'm sorry, what happened?
That's when he told me to get undressed. That's when he's sitting out, sitting on top of him. That's when his penis is really against my vagina.
Okay. So did you indicate that you were on his lap? Okay, repeat what you said. I'm sorry, where were you sitting?
I was sitting on top of his lap.
On top of his lap, okay. So when you're sitting on top of his lap, are you facing away from him or towards him?
Towards him.
Okay. And did you do that on your own or did he tell you to do that?
He told me to.
Okay. And you indicated something about his penis. Where did his penis go? You can remember?
His penis is, sorry. His penis is rubbing against my vagina.
Okay. Now, did his penis stay outside your vagina or at any point in time did he go inside his vagina? Okay, at any point in time did it go inside your vagina?
No.
Okay. On any other date did his penis go inside your vagina?
When I was in the furnace room.
You were in the furnace room?
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about that. First, in the kitchen, what made that stop?
In the kitchen,
Are you indicating in a white chair in the kitchen? Is that fair? Okay. How did that sound?
say it again, sorry.
What made it stop? What?
He heard somebody coming in.
Okay. So, did you hear something coming in?
Yes.
Okay. And when you say stop, what happened? What did you do?
That's when he definitely was my clothes, he burned up his clothes.
Okay. And you indicated on another incident, did you say a furnace room again?
Another incident,
Where did that other incident take place, if you can remember?
laundry room.
Laundry room, okay. So your basement is divided up into different rooms?
Yes.
Okay, let me ask you this, when you're in the furnace that first time, furnace room that first time, and in the basement and the laundry room that second time, is there anybody else in the basement with you?
No.
Okay, was your mom home?
No.
Okay, were there any kids from, are you aware that your mom had a daycare center?
Yes.
And where would she run that daycare center out of?
In the basement.
Okay, and the incidents that you've already talked about, where it was anybody in a part of that daycare, any of the kids there at the time?
You said, say it again?
Sure. So was anybody from the daycare, anybody your mom watched, were they in the basement at the time or no? No. And you indicated some other people were home or no?
It was my siblings.
Okay, and where were they at, you know?
They were upstairs in
Okay.
their rooms.
Okay, so this second time that you're talking about in the furnace room, what happened?
Wait, say it again?
Sure. So you talked about one time in the furnace room, and then I asked you, did he do anything else with his penis at any other time? And you indicated furnace room for a second time, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, what happened that second time?
The other time, so it gets when he lays it down. This was night. This was at night. So he took the blankets already. He gets the blanket ready. He starts to. That's when he tells me to undress. So I undress myself. He undresses himself. That's when I'm laying on the floor. He's on top of me, and then that's when he tried to fit his penis.
Okay, so when you are, does he tell you to lay on the floor?
Yes.
Okay, was there a blanket or no blanket at that time?
Blanket.
Okay, and when you get on the floor, do you have anything on? Are you wearing anything?
Naked.
Okay, and when he is in that furnace room with you, is his clothes on or off?
Off.
Okay, and at some point, are you laying down on your back, stomach, or side?
Back.
Okay, and you indicated he got on top of you, is that what you said? Okay, and when he got on top of you, what, if anything, did he do?
His penis is one against me first, and then he forces his penis inside of me.
Okay, so when you say inside of you, what part of your body are you talking about?
Vagina.
Okay, and how long did that last? How long was he on top of you for that time?
Naked.
Okay, was he saying anything to you?
He was telling me to say certain words.
Do you remember what words he asked you to say? Do you need a tissue, sir?
No, just, he told me, say daddy or make me come.
And was his body moving at all, or was it staying still?
Moving.
How was it moving?
Start, back and forth.
Okay, and how were you feeling at that time, if anything?
Scared.
And why were you scared at that time, did you know?
Because I thought certain people that I was going to tell me judge me.
Did his penis ever go anywhere else on your body?
No.
No, okay. Not just on this particular time, on any other time at that Woodland address, did anything else happen with his penis on your body?
And never.
Okay, tell me about what happened there.
And
And when you say they, I'm so sorry, are you talking about a sister, sibling, or parents?
James.
Gotcha. Okay, what happened there?
So, I've been there. I was like, we should walk about to build up. He was like, yes. That's just like, wait, don't move. He was like, adjust yourself, adjust yourself. That's when I was the doggy,
Okay, wait, let me stop you there. So when you first get into the room, do you have clothes on?
Yes.
Okay, and when James is in the room with you, does he have clothes on?
Yes.
Okay, but at some point, do clothes come off?
Yes.
Okay, you, him, or both?
Both.
Okay, and does he say anything to you to make you take your clothes off, or do you take them off on your own?
Each person.
Okay, and do you get completely naked?
Yes.
And is he completely naked?
Yes.
Okay, and where do you go in the room after you're naked? Are you sitting up, standing, or laying down?
Onto my lap.
Okay, so you said doggy, what does doggy mean?
Basically, like, onto your back, is just like having your butt flip it up.
Okay, where were you at when you were doing that? Bed, okay, and where was he at in relation to?
Behind me.
Behind you, okay. And when you say you're on the bed, are your hands on the bed?
Yes.
Are your knees on the bed?
Yes.
Okay, and you indicate you've arched your back?
Yes.
And what, if anything, happened then?
That's when he was, he was like, trigger, like, so he does whatever.
Okay, so let's talk about a little bit more detail, okay? So when he's behind you, do you remember feeling any part of his body touch your body?
Yes.
Okay, what part of his body touched your body?
His penis.
Okay, and where on your body did his penis touch?
My butthole.
Okay, and this sounds like a silly question, but what is your butthole? Is that where the poop comes out?
Yes.
Okay, and did his penis actually go into your butt?
No.
Okay, but did it touch your butthole?
Yes.
Okay, and at any point in time, it didn't go in? Okay, and why, do you know why that is?
Because I was clenching.
And when you say clenching, you were just clenching, so why?
Because I wanted to.
Okay. And how long did that last?
I don't know.
Okay, and when his penis is touching your butthole, how many times did that happen, or did it just stay constantly touching?
Once.
Okay, and was he making any kind of movement, or was he standing still?
He was like just basically tapping.
Tapping, so, did his penis stay outside on your butt cheeks area, or did it actually touch against your butthole?
Say it again.
Sure, so his penis, did it actually touch your butthole?
Yes.
Okay, and it didn't just stay out on your butt cheeks, right? And did any part of his penis actually make entry into your butthole, or did it stay out the entire time?
Stay out.
Gotcha. Did he say anything to you while he was doing this?
No.
Okay, and the incidents you talked about in the furnace room, the laundry room, and your parent and your mom's bedroom, where Mr. Tillman slept at, all of that was at the North Lawn address?
Yes.
And all of that, how old were you, between 13 and 16? And who was the first person that you told about all this happening to you?
My sister Raven.
Okay, and when did you tell her?
Where my other sister found confessing.
Okay, so the other sister, you're talking about Savannah?
Yes.
Okay, did Savannah telling anybody have any effect on you wanting to tell anybody?
Yes.
Okay, why is that?
Because I knew my mom was going to come to me and be like, oh, did he do this, did he do that? So I just had to come out clean, just let him know.
And do you remember ever being in a car with your mom and a couple of your other siblings, and your mom asking you questions if anything had ever happened?
Yes.
Okay. And that's it, Judge. I think that. That's
Good afternoon. My name is Emily Elijah. You can call me Emily or Miss Elijah. What do you want me to call you today?
Dominique.
All right, it's nice to meet you, Dominique. How did you get here today?
I came to testify to my friend.
Okay, how did you get here?
My mom.
Your mom, and did you drive or something else?
My mom told me.
Okay, and who did you come here with?
My two big sisters, Hannah, Renata, and my sister's Hannah.
Okay. Well, thank you for being here today, and thank you for talking to me, okay?
Yes.
Who do you live with right now?
My mom.
Okay. Do you live with anyone else right now?
My mom and my siblings.
Okay. When you say your siblings, who do you mean?
My Savannah, Shelby, Emily.
Okay. And how many people in your house live in your house right now? Okay. How many adults are in your house?
One.
Okay. How many kids are in your house?
Just the four of us.
Okay. Where do you go to school right now?
Roughly Union High School.
Could you say that again for me? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Rutherford Union High School.
Okay, and what grade are you in?
12th
12th grade? Okay. Do you go to school in person or virtually?
person.
In person, okay. And when is your birthday?
August 16th.
Of what year?
What do you mean?
Well, what year were you born?
2005.
Okay, thank you so much. When all this, when you first talked to your sister Raven in 2022, who were you living with then?
My mom.
Okay, and anyone else?
Mom, my siblings. Yeah.
Okay, who do you mean by your siblings?
Savannah, Shelby. Savannah, Shelby, and Blake.
Savannah, Shelby, and Blake?
Yes.
Did your older siblings, Brianna, Raven, or Hannah, ever live in that North Lawn house with you? Okay, so Brianna, Raven, and Hannah are your, okay. Let me break this down and let's clarify, okay? When, who's your oldest big sister?
Raven.
Raven. Did Raven ever live in the North Lawn address?
No.
Okay. Who's your second oldest big sister?
Brianna.
Brianna. Did Brianna ever live in the North Lawn address?
Yes.
Okay, when did Brianna move out?
No.
Okay, do you remember how old you were? Or what grade you were in?
No.
Okay, what about Hannah?
Hannah. So, age and she moved.
Okay, but at some point she did live in the North Lawn.
Yes.
Okay. Did Hannah's boyfriend ever live in the North Lawn address?
Yes.
Okay. Did Mr. Tillman's other kids ever live in the North Lawn address?
Yes.
Who are his other kids?
So Roger, Jack, Drake, and Paris.
And Paris? And what about Dre? Or Jet?
What you said, huh?
I said, are Dre and Jet also his kids?
Yes.
Okay, did they ever live at the North Lawn address with you guys? Okay, when I say live there, did they have like a room that they got to stay in, or did they just come for weekends?
Come from weekends.
Okay, what about Lawrence?
Lawrence. Yes, he did.
Okay, who is Paris to you?
To me, that sister.
Okay, and who is Lawrence to you?
That brother.
Okay, and when did Paris and Lawrence start living with you? Okay, was it, when Paris and Lawrence moved in, did you ever talk, or have to talk to anyone, who are CPS workers?
No.
Okay, do you know what CPS is?
No.
Okay. What did you, think about Paris and Lawrence and Mr. Tillman's kids coming and living at the North Lawn address?
Yeah, so probably whatever. Yeah, just
And did anyone treat Paris or Lawrence differently than you or your brothers or sisters were treated?
honestly, yes.
Tell me more about that.
Like we would get in trouble about certain stuff. Their investment, they get in trouble too, but their father would like just take their side. And try to protect them, what they did or whatever.
So is it fair to say that if all the kids got in trouble, you thought James was treating his kids more fair or easier than you?
Easier.
Easier? Okay. Can you give me an example of that?
Like, say that I got in trouble and his kids was doing the same thing. I would get in trouble. We got caught, whatever. Then that's when his dad would step in and be like, oh, that's not true, or they didn't do it.
What about your mom? Did your mom treat anyone differently?
No.
Okay. Was your mom fair to all the kids?
Yes.
Okay. And so, how did that affect your relationship with Harris and Lawrence or with James?
It didn't affect me.
Okay. How did you get along with your stepsiblings?
We fine.
Okay. When you lived in the North Lawn address, you shared a room. Did you have to share, so you shared that room with
Savannah and Shelby.
Savannah and Shelby, thank you so much for helping with that. Did you also share that room with Harris on occasion?
Yes,
Okay. Where would Lawrence stay?
he will stay in the other's room.
In the boys' room. And the boys are Blake and Josh. And, okay. And how old is Josh when you guys were living at, is he a teenager too?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about your relationship with Savannah.
Savannah, me and Savannah like best friends on each other and stuff, you know, judging each other.
Okay. And you shared a room with Savannah.
Yes.
Did you guys, so if she's your sister, would you also say she's your best friend?
Yes.
Okay. And what about your sister Raven?
Raven, that's like basically like that's like my go person to like talk to over there too.
Okay, Raven is your go-to person.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for sharing that with me. Did you ever share a room with Raven?
No.
Okay, did you ever stay at Raven's house?
No.
Okay. Who's the sister that you would talk to the most?
Raven.
Okay, did you talk to her on the phone, via texting, Snapchat, something else?
I texted her about the situation.
You texted Raven about the situation.
Yes.
What did you text her?
I texted her, I was like, Raven, I need you to talk to you after school, or you can come with me
Okay, when did you text that to Raven?
in the afternoon.
Okay, what day would, how close in time to you learning about Savannah did you text that?
Like basically the afternoon.
Same day?
Yes.
Okay. Was it the same day your mom asked you about it?
Wait. Rephrase that, sorry.
Okay, your mom in the car one day asked you about if anything ever happened between you and James, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, compared to that day, when did you text Raven?
Text Raven.
Yesterday. The day before that happened?
Yes.
Okay. So you don't mean yesterday and then yesterday, you know, Thursday of this week, you mean the day prior to your mom asking?
Yes.
Okay. And you have other aunties as well, right?
Yes.
Did you ever talk to any auntie about this?
Nope.
Okay. What did your mom do for a job when you guys lived at the North Lawn address?
She did Detroit, she worked in the Detroit center or whatever.
In the city of Detroit?
Yes, in Detroit.
Okay. Did she also ran a daycare out of her home? Did she do that at the same time? No, that's okay. It's a lot of questions. So how about this? I will ask you a new question, okay?
Yes.
Okay. So did your mom run a daycare out of the North Lawn address?
Yes.
Okay. How often was your mom home? Some days?
She would work, then come home.
Okay. How often would you see your aunts or your big sisters at your house in North Lawn?
like holidays, birthdays,
Okay, would they stop over during the week too?
the week, sometimes the weekend, sometimes.
All right, just sort of randomly?
Yes.
Okay. So who, the very first person you told about something like this was your sister Raven, is that right?
Yes.
And then who is the second person you told? Your mom. And where did you tell your mom?
The hospital in no, it was the hospital and then the car.
Will you say that again in a different way?
Okay, so I told my sister today, and I'm at the hospital. I told, it's a lot that's going on right now.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
Do you want me,
Yeah, we did.
do you want me to ask the question in a different way?
Yes.
Okay. So the first person you told was your sister Raven, the second person you told was your mom.
Yes.
Did you tell her before or after you went to the hospital?
I told her, so there's, she found out that my sister. So when she found out that my sister was going through the same thing.
Okay. And who else was in the car when your mom asked you about this?
My siblings.
Who are your siblings?
Savannah, Shelby.
Okay, so when your mom asked you about this in the car, was Savannah in the car too?
Yes.
Did you already know when your mom asked you that Savannah had said something that James had done to her?
Yes.
Okay. How did you learn about that?
Honestly, I figured, and then, yeah, I just figured.
Okay. Have you ever talked to a teacher about this?
No.
Okay. Have you ever talked to a counselor about it?
No.
Okay. Have you ever talked to a doctor?
No.
How about a police officer?
Wait. Go back. You said a counselor, like.
I said a doctor. Did you ever talk to a doctor?
No.
Okay, I said, did you ever talk to a counselor?
A counselor, yes, I did.
Okay, thank you for correcting me.
Yes.
Did you ever talk to a social worker about it?
I believe, yes.
Okay, thank you. Did you tell any of your friends?
I told a couple of my friends.
Okay, did you tell friends who are friends in your family or friends from school?
From school.
Did you tell them before or after you told your mom?
I told them. Wait, what do you mean?
Did you tell your friends in school before or after your mom found out about what you were saying?
Sorry, what do you mean by after?
I want to know if you told your friends before you told your big sister.
I told Please say that again.
I sure will. Do you want to take, I only have a few more questions. So I'll just take a break, take a breath. Okay. So did you ever tell a friend before you told your big sister Raven?
Yes.
Okay. How old were you when you told your friend for the first time?
Friend 6, 2. Yes, 6.
Okay. And what did your friends tell you?
Judge and yourself. What was the?
Oh, I haven't asked another question yet. I was flipping the page, so it's just gonna be a second, okay?
Yes.
When did you first meet James Tillman? Do you know about how old you were? Okay. How is your mom's, relationship with James that you know of? Before you talked to your mom about this?
It was good.
It was good? Is that what you said?
Wait, sorry, what do you mean by?
Yeah, fair question. So, did you ever see your mom and James fighting?
No.
Did you, ever talk to your, strike that, actually, I'm gonna withdraw that question, okay? Who was in charge in your house, I'm sorry, I'm also getting confused, so I'm gonna take a minute as well, all right? Okay. All right, I'm ready. Are you ready? Okay. What was your relationship with James like?
Lots of fun.
Okay. Did you argue with James?
No.
Was James or your mom in charge of discipline and making rules? Who was more in charge?
It was like 50-50, my mom.
Okay. Do you get along with your mom?
Yes.
Did you get along with your mom in 2022?
Yes.
Are there any things that you would argue about, or were there arguments in the home?
Two questions.
It is, you're right. Anything that you would argue with your mom about?
This
Just little stuff. Were there arguments or fighting in the home?
No.
Okay. And I think I asked you this, but I can't remember. Did you ever see James and your mom fighting?
No.
Okay. I don't have any more questions for you.
Just one. Dominique, when the incidents that you talked to me about before, defense counsel asked you some questions, those incidents, was your mom home at the time or no?
Wait, read.
Okay, so remember you talking to me about 2 times in the furnace room? Okay. And do you remember talking to me about an incident in the bedroom, your mom's bedroom? That's okay. Was your mom ever home when these things were happening to you or no?
No.
Okay. And did anybody tell you what to say to me? Did anybody tell you what to say? Did they tell you a story to tell?
No.
Okay, so you're telling me the truth today?
Yes.
You're telling the court the truth today?
Yes.
No further questions.
Thank you, you missed that.
That's my last question.
The witnesses on the defendant.
No, Judge.
People.
Your Honor, the people moved to bind over on count 1, that'd be the first degree penis and vaginal opening. There's testimony from Dominique of that happening, of movements and penis actually penetrating her vagina, Your Honor. Count 2, fellatio, that's the criminal sexual conduct first degree. That has to do with Dominique. Dominique testified that his mouth was in the vaginal area, his tongue specifically was in the vaginal area, and it was moving. As far as count 3, Your Honor, I would ask for that amendment. Criminal sexual conduct first degree, person under 13, defendant 17 years of age or older. This has to do with Savannah, and there were 2 incidents that Savannah testified to about Mr. Tillman's penis going into her mouth. One incident where there was an ejaculation of some sort, and another where there was as far as, and I'd ask for count 4 to be amended also to penis into mouth. Count 5, Your Honor, has to do with Savannah. She indicated when she was testifying that Mr. Tillman both touched and kissed different parts of the body, as well as kissing her on the mouth. Dominique also testified about kissing on her body and indicated that Mr. Tillman taught her how to French kiss. A reasonable jury could assume that those kissing and touching was all for sexual gratification, Your Honor. I would also ask for an added count of criminal sexual conduct first degree in regards to Dominique, and that would be also a relationship, as she was between the ages of 13 and 16 at the time. She did indicate that defendant's penis on one occasion, while in the bedroom, was touching flush to her butthole, is what she called it. And people Anderson, a 2020 Michigan Court of Appeals case says that any kind of penetration, whether of the anal opening or of the butt crevice, is enough for penetration for CSC1. It's clear from her testimony, I asked her twice actually to clarify where this penis was in relation to her butthole. It was flushed in the butthole, but she was clenching, so it didn't actually penetrate. I don't need penetration because it's past the butt crevice, cheek crevice. So I'd ask for an added count of CSC as well, the people rescue.
Just to the charges themselves, I do think it's gonna come down to a credibility question of fact. However, what I'm looking at right now is my notes to see because I don't think they made out 2 counts of first-degree criminal sexual conduct as to Savannah. Looking at my notes, I believe that witness testified that it was all on the outside for one of the incidences that I expected to be CSC1. So I believe one of these as to Savannah should be a CSC second.
There were 2 incidents of penis into mouth. That's a CSC, and those are pursued.
I will have to review the transcript at some point because that's not what my notes indicate, but it is a lot of information. But I don't.
She did testify that this piece.
Yes, but I thought that was a one-time. The details to that was 1 count. I don't think they made it out for a second count.
So she testified I asked her how many times this happened. She said 5, I believe is what she said, 5 or less. But at one point she indicated Jack to her mouth on a separate occasion, different day. Thank you.
I will also say that as to the CSC for Dominique, I believe for the second degree, I do not think the government made out her age at the time of the incident for count 6.
Judge, if I may, count 6, I believe I asked Dominique how old she was when this happened, and she did indicate between 13 and 16. I believe I asked that several times. As far as specificity about that specific charge, I don't recall her saying she was less than 13 or older than 16. So I think it's discretion.
As relates to
Count 6.
okay.
Oh,
As relates to count 3, we have a stipulation that the defendant is at least 17 is married or older.
yeah. Well, we're not stipulating to that.
Court takes judicial notice based on some court records. The defendant was born on October 29, 1972. That would make him 51 years old. So the court, after hearing the testimony of Dominique Howes and Savannah Howes, is satisfied that people have met their burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges containing complaint of morals, as well as the added charge of criminal sexual conduct, first degree. Court finding those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. Court finding probable cause to believe this commitment will bind the defendant over to the Wayne County Grand Circuit Court through the Division of Criminal Proceedings. His arraignment on information date and time will be January 2nd, 2024 at 9:00 a.m.
Judge, I would like to address bond.
Why?
Well, because I'd like to see if I can get.
You don't think it's high enough?
Well, it's $1.5 million right now.
It's close to.
If the court is, I guess I see by the court's, I'll withdraw
You see the disgust in the court's face?
I do.
Why?
You gave him the wrong.
Huh?
You gave him the wrong date. He's in custody.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's December 26, 2023 at 9:00 a.m.
Can
it become a claim of Mr. Regis?
Yes.
council, you understand that was nothing personal.
Of course not. Yeah, I don't have anything.
Okay.
Me too.
Said she'll be back.
Say it again.
Said she'll be back.
Okay. Go ahead. Yeah, so he had to go and cover it. Five today.
Yeah, oh yeah, I got switched that. Go to the Christmas party, y'all?
I was going to go, so I just found out Tracy that cool.
Well, I love it, but you can't come on now, you see it, right? No, that's fine. I know. Hello.
Her whole school.
Oh.
It's going around. Okay, that concludes the docket for today, folks. Hope to see you in the new year. Same bat station, same bat. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year.
I just have a agree. I'm leaving this.
One day.
Yeah.
Send it back in.
That's the 19th.
What kind of share?
Wednesday.
we probably need to give them some dates. Next week. We're not gonna be here. We got a bunch of probably cross conferences on the 20th. So,
Don't pack it all. Pack it all.
Some of it are not right. I'm working.
we can just tell them to put everything that's not a homicide on the 10th, and all the homicides on the 11th. There are no more than 3 homicides on the 11th.
Oh, thank you.
I didn't see, you actually looked in the.
Are you here on Tuesday?
Thank
I'm not sure what's working. I'm gonna everything.
No, I'm not here. I'm not here.
You talk about the day after?
No.
Oh, yeah, I'll be here. I don't know what program.
You're a roller.
I'm a roller.
We won't have anything going on.
No, they didn't. I turned it upside down. I thought nobody would.
Came out the middle. Witness room.
It's still there, right?
Yeah.
That's now a landlord tenant room.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.